Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slightly late start. Me and OBS had an argument. How are we all doing? First off, thank you very, very much to Zul and Dender for the subs. I appreciate you both. And welcome back, Zul. It's been a while, but it's good to have you back. And also, hello to Berry Turtle, and to Mighty Steed, and to Daylight. Good morning. How are you all doing? Doing something slightly different aspect ratio wise today. We are now officially playing in true 235 to 1 CinemaScope. So, yeah, that should be fun. I'm hoping this ever so slightly reduces my RAM usage, but we'll see. Now the question, do we do this with one of these? Or do we get ourselves a Phoenix? Probably one of these is better, isn't it? Because we can use the big elevator to go down. And not be quite as stuck in it as the Phoenix is. That tiny little... Oh, I wish I had the money to do the tour with a 600 or with an 890, but I don't have the money right now. 31 mil short. 400 is a possibility, though. It does fit in more places. You know what? Let's do the 400i. We're gonna do that. I know your vote. I think the other problem is the RSI is not available here. Attack, Grey Cat, Kruger, right? Yeah. So I'd have to go to Lorville to buy the Phoenix. We're going to buy a 400i. Choo-choo! I have no idea what that emote is, but sure. I do like the 400i, so it kind of works. Wait, is that seriously spilling the tea? Alright, let's head for the spaceport. Wait, this is this little side area, isn't it? So many little hidden spaces in Area 18. Which I guess is appropriate for what we're doing. Yeah, perfection. Today we are going to visit all of the little hidden places and Easter egg locations that CIG have spread around the verse. Things like Bennyhenge, the convention centers that are often overlooked, the little benches. Turn the music down a little further now, I think. There we go. We'll just let Star Cit's music fade in there. That works for me. Yes, Bennyhenge, the Crash Javelin, places LZ or POIs that aren't on the map, things like Whistler's Crypt. There's a couple others I can think of that aren't bit like located on the map. There's Moorland Hills, which is a relatively frequent one on Mac's stream, or at least in his off-grid videos. He used to go out there quite a decent amount, but we'll travel out that way as well. The little Christmas area underneath Microtech, the painting on top of the buildings on Microtech. We'll be starting out with some of the rooftop locations here in Area 18, just to kind of start us off slowly and allow time for people to group up if they want to do that. Everyone's welcome to join up with me, whether it's in my 400i or coming along with other ships. You're all welcome to join up and fly along and see the sights of the verse. And then we'll probably end today at Crusader on the PTV racetrack, because that works again and it's amazing. And if I did it any earlier, we would spend the rest of the stream going in circles on the PTV racetrack. Because it is that good. Here we are. And of course we get the wrong end of the hangar. Let's start by having a look at this 400i. Come on, game, you can do it. Load. There it is. Alright, we're going to stick the ice brake livery on it, because I do like that little splash of blue it gives it. The deck, the hull livery is alright on a lot of ships, but the green on the 400i just doesn't look very good. So ice brake it is. We'll leave it in its classic white, but with little splashes of blue. Equip the jump drive. Take the quantum drive and ramp. I don't have any more of the drives I want. Alright, put the jump drive back on again. We'll go get a jump drive at some point today. Snowfall is grade B industrial. Power plant, what do we got? Stability, grade B industrial. Grade A military. Grade B stealth. Grade A industrial. Let's go with the grade A military power plant for the 400i. Shield generator. Grade A civilian will work just fine. And the cooler. Take an avalanche on there. Make sure everything's nice and chilly. We'll get a quantum drive when we're out. A whole bunch of Strike Force 2 missiles and Marksman 1 missiles is fine. And then what do we got? So this is the main weapons. Size 4s. We'll just leave the rhinos on there. And we'll put NDBs on the top. And on the back. This works. Don't have anything in the utility slots. Don't have any flare. Cool. Good morning, Jack.
Welcome.
And good morning, Binks. Today is doing very well so far. We bought ourselves a 400i. We're going to be pulling that up shortly. I forgot to buy an X1. I don't think I have an X1 right now. What we can do Just put the pulse in there.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Daily expedited fee, thanks. Go by. What about a bigger bike as well? Let's get Steve in here. Definitely want ourselves a Steve. Dragonfly?
Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Welcome to the
Got myself a 400i.
system.
We'll start by pulling Steve. There's Steve. Come on up, Steve. And then we're gonna wander around to the other side, where all my stuff is. Steve is a Grey Cat STV, Binks. That's why we call him Steve. He's down there. Here he is. The best rover in the world. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my Nursa, but Steve wins. Hello, Johnny. Here's Steve. Steve is a wonderful little guy. Not only is he a relatively fast rover, but he's also got weapon slots on either side. Right there. Don't mind his suspension spring sticking through the top. That's a feature, not a bug. And then we've got a loot box back here. And in the far back, we've got two 1/8 SCU crate spots, which now work again, which is great fun. And then, in classic car fashion, all of the components are under the hood, which is just so cool. I love it. Where's my button gone? Close that, close that. Let's move Steve out of the way here. Backing it up. Back it up. Yeah, Steve has loot boxes. Steve is a wonderful vehicle. Ooh, I forgot to turn Steve off. Stay, Steve. Don't go running off on me now. Let's double check for liveries for the Dragonfly and the Pulse. Hoverquad's here too. Do we have any liveries for the Hoverquad? Got the Copperhead livery for the Hoverquad. That's a nice one. Leave that on there. Dragonfly. Coalfire livery. Hell yeah. And the Pulse. We will stick the Dominion livery on because it's amazing. Alright, let's summon ourselves a Pulse first, I think. Oh, the Hoverquad's here. Let's go top to bottom. Summon the Hoverquad first. I'm also just going to temporarily stick my clothes in the loot box on the back of Steve, so that I can get myself an actual set of armor going. He's always had it. It broke for a while. There we are. Alright. Undersuits. Question is, what armor are we going to wear? Thinking. Could wear the Aztlan just as a exploration. You know, let's do that. Let's put a... Where's my space undersuit? That's driftwood. Mont. Scalewave Quagmire. That's that silly refurbished one. More refurbished one. Well, somewhere in here is my deep space undersuit. I love that thing. Maybe it's not actually here. It's somewhere else. Alright, let's put on... Ooh, choices. Digi camo? Digi camo will work. As for helmet... So many choices of helmet. Fish kitty. My cat says hi. Loudly and repeatedly. He's one of those, that'll work. Right, Aztlan should be around here somewhere. There it is. Aztlan arms. There. Legs. Alright, where are they? I always have such trouble finding the Aztlan legs. That's the ADP Mark IV. These are nice legs. I do like the ADP Mark IV rig GSA. It just happens to be covered with Xenothreat logos. Core, Inquisitor. Scorched True Def is a nice looking set too. Maybe they're up near the top. Where are they at? It's MacFlex, that's Venture, that's more Scorched stuff. I never separate this set, so it's gotta be here somewhere. That's Tamarack legs. Almost. There it is. There's the regular Aztlan. There we go. And we will put on... There's the MPUV exploration pack. There we go. All is right with the world again. Alright, let's grab a sidearm. We're using the Estland, so I'm going to stick a coda on here. Use that coda. Does it have components already? No, it doesn't look like it. For utility, one of those. And where's a Mirage multi-tool? Oh, they're around here somewhere. Make sure we got one of these as well. That's too big for in there. Alright, fine. We'll just use... Oh, there's a Mirage. Sweet. One of those right there. One of those. Where's my legs gone? Did it not realized I'm wearing leg armor yet? Oh boy. Ah, yes, right. I use voice meter to separate audios out. And then I have like 3 entry channels into OBS for audio. We have completely broken our inventory. Crap. None of this is actually equipped. Alright guys, 1 second while I have to Alt F4 this and come back in. That'll reset the inventory to make it actually work. But now, my battle with OBS today was a aspect ratio problem. Because I was attempting to scale... So I'm playing the game, when I'm on stream, I'm playing in 3440 by 1440, which is 21 by 9, 1440p. So it's basically like 2/3 of my monitor, with... Then I use chat and like stream actions on the left and right side. There we are. But I was downscaling that in OBS so that I wasn't like trying to upload a full 1440p 21 by 9 aspect ratio. But it was compressing it in a very weird way, because I was going down to 2560 by 1080, which is 21.9 in 1080p, but it's ever so slightly different on the aspect ratio, so it was squishing the picture slightly, and it was taking way more processing power for OBS than it really needed to do. So yeah, we're... Oh yeah, this hasn't worked. Alright, let's find the pants again. Armor. Legs. Find me. Make sure that's up so I can see when I'm doing something wrong. One legs, hardened legs. Grey Cat Edition legs. 80p legs. Page 2. That's line legs. I've seen a few good things about that stick, but nothing like definitive. That is now actually equipped. There's my Argo backpack. Excellent. That can come out of the backpack. Thank you. Sidearms. That Coda pistol. Okay. Utility. That Mirage multi-tool. One of those. Split a mining one into there. Okay, we're all caught up. Oh, I have one of these. Okay, that's med pens equipped. As for ammo, that's Coda pistol ammo. Is there any other Coda pistol ammo in here? No, but that'll be fine. 9 mags. That means we got full mags and 5 spare. Sustenance. Let us take 5 of those. 5 of these. And 5 energy bars is too much. Okay, fine. We'll do 4 energy bars? Excellent. There we are. Let's go get that dragonfly and get back to loading up the 400 die. That shit off. You can get an invite. I'm going to start throwing invites all over the place. I have an invite Barry. I have an invite Dendra. Throw Mighty Steed an invite as well. Johnny isn't even online yet. Come on, Johnny. Roll out of bed faster. I do like this copperhead livery on the hover quad. It's very nice.
Welcome. Your journey begins now. All systems operational.
Doing bunkers with damage until 6 in the morning. I've been there though. I have. Although with damage and it's usually like 1 or 2 in the morning because time zones are a thing.
Engine systems disabled. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Let's grab the
system.
pulse as well. You're a pulse.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Hello, Barry.
Goodbye.
Your itty bitty carrot. I love that spot. That's going to be the permanent spot for that now. Even when we get base building, I'm bringing it with me and it's going on the ASOP terminal in my base. Which I will be painting black so that it fits. Yeah, I've actually done a little bit more decorating of this hangar than I did before. Let me just put these controls back on. There we are. Yeah, a little more decorating than I've usually done because Area 18 decided to not eat my hangar today. So we got a chair, we got a display table that doesn't work, we got a fish tank. Pico is watching over us as we enter and exit. Obviously, the little Aesop Carrack, dice there, other fish tank, some posters on the walls too. Although that poster's been mostly eaten by my fish tank, which keeps moving. More display cases that don't work. And then this little tiny set of missiles that's just been permanently stuck there ever since I shot the main one. It's Chief Supervisor Pico. Those display cases are very, very old, not subscriber flare, but like, funding goal rewards. Like the fish tank is one of the first ones. One of the display cases is for like a funding reward from like 2015 or 16. The other one is from buying a Mustang. Or no, referrals. Mustang was the actual thing that goes in it that I don't have right now because it's not working. Immune to party invites while you're in your ATLS. Who knew the ATLS was actually a leave me alone, do not disturb button? There you go. I do like this gold paint on the Pulse. Do 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 do. And we'll leave that right there. With the rainbow too. Yes, the Pulse is a death trap, but it's also quite pretty. So, and very, very small, so it'll fit in the X1 bay on the
Welcome to the Aesop
400i.
system.
Let's grab that 400i and see how much fits.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
The X1 is in the game, the Origin bike. I just forgot to buy one. So we're going to be substituting with the Pulse. Yep, even the combat version. The X1 Force. Which I swear I bought one, but it seems not. I think I may have bought one on PTU a while back, and it just hasn't carried over. But Origin 35 and 400, that's the only two Origin chips I have right now.
Please visit us again.
There's the 400i. I'm just gonna move this thing back towards all these guys so I don't have to run back and forth over and over again. Aesop Flare indeed, Dendra. It's such a perfect spot for it. Yeah, same price as the Geo. I still maintain that the two ATLSs are way overpriced for what they are. They should be like 15 and 20 bucks maybe. Yeah, the 400i is not very big. It's kind of Connie competitor-ish. It was originally supposed to be a freelancer competitor, and then in classic Origin fashion, it grew pretty significantly. But it's your you know, it's the origin entry into like the Spirit, the Zeus, the Freelancer, like that kind of the Cutlass, that kind of 3-man crew operation type deal.
Origin jump works at your service. Core system.
But lots of power to shields.
Weapons active.
Give weapons full power. Yep, that is actually 2 spare power pips. Alright. Going up, backing it up. Hello, Marcon. No, this is the same microphone. I'm just slightly closer to it because I haven't leant back yet. That'll work. That and maybe my Yetis decided to actually cooperate with me today because it is going on 15 years old. Those NDBs out the back of that window. Oh boy. That's the habitation room. There's the elevator. Back down to the main deck. And open up the ramp. Yes, it's getting there. Alright, we'll open the X1 garage up and we'll put the Pulse in there. And then the Steve and Quad can go in the vehicle elevator at the back. If they both fit, of course. Hey, Monkey, how's it going? Oh! Damn you, Pulse. Jesus. Oh, this thing, every time. Like a glove. Alright, you can go back up there. Excellent. Alright, are we gonna get Steve and a hover quad on this at the same time, you think? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kinda glad I went for the hover quad and not the Dragonfly now, because the Dragonfly would have been too long.
Engine systems enabled.
Try not to bash my head off on this thing. Oh, of course it's not gonna... Okay, fine. Little forward. Not too far. Let's not boop Steve too far. Oh, that's gonna be close. We get Steve any further forward? Might actually have to do is... Yeah. Oh, a little bit. Yeah, we might have to turn it sideways. Do. Does it even fit sideways? Sorta. If we kind of do like a this way type of thing.
Engine systems disabled.
where's the button? There's the button. Lord Clang, please do not murder us. Like a glove, we'll do it. You can actually see the pulse there too. It's one of my favorite things about the 400i little front garage. You can see it past the gravity generator. These are, oh yeah, they're suit lockers. Right. Alright, closing the ramp. How did we do in here? Nothing too janky going on? Yeah, I think it's less of a strut and more just this bit from underneath when the thing's open doesn't have a texture. So we were seeing like through this and then the strut here and then the actual hole, I think. The biggest FU from the designer of this ship is the fact that it's ever so slightly too short to carry a rock. Going up? I'll send it back down. Try not to fall down the hole. As he falls down the hole. I love the little captain's room on this thing too. With its own little coat hanger. If only. I mean, look at the little window above the bed too. It's just brilliant. I love it in here. Oh, that's the toilet. All right, cool. Well, that's neat. Has a little like side thing there. Of course, the mirror doesn't work. Room for your clothes. I like that. That's a nice little touch. You know, because you obviously wouldn't be, you know, this is a crew of 3 in here. You wouldn't be wandering from your bedroom to there with no clothes on. So they give you a little clothes locker in the bathroom itself. Alrighty.
Engines active.
Engines active. Now, do those pop down again when I turn the weapons off? No, they're just permanently out there. Okay.
You are clear to launch.
Weird artifacting going on near the back end, but other than that, we're fine. Oh, that stripe of blue actually looks really nice. Could use a little more ability to see up, though. I would have liked it if they'd pulled the canopy back over top of the pilot chair so you could get a little bit more upward vision. But I mean, what we've got is already decent.
Thank you, and please visit again.
This is one of the Christmas paints, yeah, the ice break one. Oh yeah. I love the way Area 18 looks. Especially when the sun's low in the sky like this, it's brilliant. What, the 400i? Absolutely. I mean, you saw how drifty it is just attempting to get it around a turn there. This is about the maximum turn rate I can do if I want to keep the actual trajectory following the nose around. If I just whip it around, like you see, slowly comes around. So we'll start off today with nice and simple. Just the top of ArcCorp North Tower. Which is getting a lot more attention now in 411 because there's an Idris parked at the top of this. But it is a cool place nonetheless. Downward and upward vision, definitely something that would be nice if they would increase on this, but there we are.
Engines inactive.
We'll use this as a bit of a gathering spot as well. For some reason, I always go past this elevator. Every time, I'm just like, oh, we gotta go further back than that. That view certainly never gets old. I love this tower because it is legitimately just tall enough to, like, just about touch the bottom of the clouds. So you get this really cool kind of like looking down out of the clouds look. Do I have any more people to invite yet? There's still no Johnny. Oh, look at that as the sun goes behind that cloud. The plan for the day is gonna be a lot of this, not gonna lie. It's gonna be a lot of sunsets and a lot of me going, ooh, pretty. And then going into third person and just scooting the camera out a little bit to the side and up and just being like, and screenshot. But yeah, we're going to go and visit. Look, it's Dendra. The hidden places of Star Citizen, the Easter eggs, the places that, you know, in standard mission gameplay, you're never going to go here. But as far as like world building and pretty vistas and just little Easter egg stuff, they're really cool places. Like here on top of ArcCorp Tower, right? Like there's no mission-based reason to come up here right now. But if you do, you get views like that. The Xmas Cave at New Babbage is one of the places we're going to go today. I'm also going to do my absolute best to find Bennyhenge. The Javelin Wreck on Daymar. We'll be going to Moorland Hills. We'll be going to Whistler's Crypt. I think there's a couple little like observation benches around Babbage that are fun to go to as well. We'll probably hit those while we're there for the little Xmas location. Here's the crazy part, right, about how high up we are right now. Down there in Area 18, it's already pretty much nighttime. Because we're just over a kilometer up right now, and the sun is that low for us. It's already basically nighttime down there. You've just got, you know, the light in the sky is there, but you can't see the sun. Yeah, for a moment, Dendra, it looked like you were parked, and then I'm like, wait, hold on a second. There's nothing out there. There's nothing to park on. Very well lined up. Very true, Zol, very true. There goes the sunset. All aboard. Damn, Mighty. Living dangerous out there. Here we are.
Engines active.
Everybody on board? Looks like it. Going up. Through the cloud. We'll unset the sun on our way up.
Shield system inactive.
Let's rotate around to the right ever so slightly here. There we go. Hello again, sun.
Oh, APOC, you got some unclaimed cargo awaiting transfer, by the way?
I know it's unfortunate, but I'm gonna have to leave it there.
Damn it.
I do realize it will forfeit any unclaimed cargo.
Well, I'm just glad you know that part, yeah, it's important.
Okay. I'll take any cargo you don't want. I'll happily take it off your hand.
If only I could give it to you.
Maybe if we figure out the cargo's unfinished business, it will go away.
Maybe. Supernatural cargo haunting. Does sound about right for this game. We'll just set that to cruise. There we go. That's what I was just trying to figure out, because we're out here on ArcCorp. Thinking. Where do we want to go? The Aaron Halo, that is true. I mean, that's an easy one to get to. There's not really much on ArcCorp or its moons that I know of. There's a couple wrecks on Lyria, but they can be a pain in the ass to find. Crash satellite on Hurston is one. Let's start with the Aaron Halo. It's easy enough. Right. Need to be in Stanton. We're here on ArcCorp. Going to Hurston. Like ArcCorp to Hurston with 13.5 remaining, I think is the easiest way. And we'll use this as we're going to Hurston. We will use this trip to also visit the satellite on Hurston. I think is really the only hidden location on Hurston itself. Besides just the fact that it has crazy biomes. Yeah, Harper's isn't particularly hidden. Dendra, once I drop out, you can just quantum travel to me. Although we won't be spending a huge amount of time in the Halo. Or you can do the same thing, jump to Hurston and drop out a quantum with 13.5 GM to go. This is a 400i, Balth. $16, $15, $14, 13.5 I drop. 13, 8, 7, 6, 5. Welcome to the Aaron Halo.
Deactivated.
The Aaron Halo, as is probably immediately obvious, is an exceptionally large asteroid belt that runs the entire width of the system between the orbits of Hurston and ArcCorp. And there are so many minables out here. You do have to fly for a little bit to see one sometimes, because it is an absolutely huge zone. Now, there's an unknown up there. More unknowns. Actually forgot to put my top hat and monocle on. Ender is at 1.4. How close is Denver gonna get? Oh, 458,000 kilometers past us. Yeah, as you can see, all of these unknowns around me are either minables or salvage panels, because those can spawn out here too. If you ever want to know, like, that you're not going to be messed with when you're out asteroid mining, come out here. You can so easily, I mean, look at Dendra, he's 458,000 kilometers that way. He's still in the belt. If Dendra was mining over there, and I was someone trying to hunt miners, he's 458,000 kilometers that way. Even if I was flying at absolute top speed in nav mode, it would still take me days to get that far. And this is just one straight line route through the belt. This belt goes... Make sure I'm not flying directly into an asteroid, looks good. But this belt goes all the way around the system. So you can see roughly where we're at here. Follow that all the way around this ring. That's the Aaron Halo. And it is all just chock full of minables out here. Montanium mining, just regular hoovering up asteroids. Like, as soon as we get the Arastra in-game, I will be coming out here. And it was just... It'll just be mining for days, just hoover it all in, refine it, and we'll go back and make billions. Yeah, the funny thing is, this area, the Aaron Halo was originally meant to be so dense that you couldn't quantum travel through it. You had to go to specific segments of it that humans had built these kind of gates through the Halo, where they built these massive structures and towed all of the asteroids out from between the structures. So it was the one spot that you could get through the Aaron Halo without risking damaging your ship, especially in larger ships, because this belt was supposed to be so dense. They've since pretty much retconned it so that you can quantum travel through it at any point, but you can drop out of it basically anywhere. And here you are in the Aaron Halo, in this absolutely massive, seemingly endless asteroid field. When you're inside it, like, it doesn't feel like you're in a belt, it's just asteroids as far as the eye can see in literally every direction. Like, it's just everywhere. It doesn't matter what direction you look, there will be asteroids, and it'll just keep going. As far as you can imagine, it's still going. It does. It feels infinite. It's something like 800,000 kilometers thick. And then, like, 200,000 or 300,000, like, actual thickness. Underneath, yeah, the 400i does look a little Concordy, doesn't it? Honestly, it's a very evocative design. I was amused by how polarizing this design was when it first came out. People either loved or hated the way this thing looked. It's a remarkably long ship for its size and crew capacity. Because you've got, like, you think about it, almost all of the actual crew quarters stops behind the guns. And then there's this nose section that basically just exists to hold an X1 bike. I can jump 450,000 in one go.
Quantum drive activated.
430, 420, 400... 300, 200, 100. Oh, that was a slow stop.
Quantum drive
How close did I get?
activated.
Oh, 58,000. That's what I mean, though. Like, we're still in the belt here. And we're now 58,000 kilometers past him.
Shield system inactive.
This place is just mind-bogglingly huge.
Quantum drive activated.
Right, I apparently don't get to go to Hurston today.
Shield system inactive.
Yep, we're in the Aaron Halo right now. Next stop is the Hurston crashed satellite.
Quantum drive
Oh, come on.
activated. Quantum drive.
We will get to Hurston eventually. I've annoyed my quantum drive by making it stop several times. There we go.
Activated.
Yeah, it does. It makes you realize just how big Stanton is, and how big the game world actually is when you're not just quantum traveling point to point all the time. There's so much to find out here.
Quantum drive deactivated.
There's Hurston. Alright, crashed satellite. How to get to the crashed satellite. Astrodynamic satellite. Thank you for the follow, Seren. Alright, let's start by going to Lorville, because I think that's in daytime right now. Possibly.
Quantum drive activated.
Ooh, looks like we actually just went to nighttime. Oh boy. It should be interesting.
Quantum drive deactivated.
So, for this one, this is Satellite Rec 2. We're gonna head in 85-degree station. 91, 87, 86, 85. We're gonna do this. For 96.5 kilometers. So strap in. Because we're going for a cruise. Hopefully, even in the nighttime, the fire and plume of smoke should be relatively visible. Daylight. Actually, you know what? While we're here at Lorville, in the nighttime, because it is pretty atmospheric when we do this, let's just reroute off of this for a second. Because the expansion to Lorville has done several things that a lot of people don't realize. We're gonna just drop into Lorville here. See if I can find them during the nighttime. Alrighty, Barry. I think this is one of the gates right here. I see the tram. So number one thing that a lot of people don't realize about Lorville is it does actually have external ground access points. There are gates here on Lorville
Shield system active.
that you can use to spawn ground vehicles or just access the city from outside without going into a hangar. This is gate 3 right here.
Landing gear deployed.
They're not really hidden locations in the same way that things like the asteroid or the Benny Henge or the crash satellite or anything like that are.
Engines inactive.
You can reach these by tram from the main city. But there are these gateways. We'll pop downstairs. I ran past it again. There are these little gateways here. And they have ground vehicle spawn pads and a tram line back to the main city. And there's 8 of them around Hurston, around Lorville. You can generally tell where they are from the air by looking at where the tram lines go. Any tram line that goes towards the edge of the city is almost always one of these. There's the vehicle spawn pads, and then just inside here. Good morning, Toby. Just inside here, we've got our customs port, and there's our ASOP terminals, which currently seem to be... Oh, they're back here. They're
Welcome
very
to
broken.
the
Okay.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
They appear to have misplaced their terminals in this particular gateway. But as you can see, all of our ground vehicles are here. And we can spawn these at will and load them into ships. It is actually a significantly faster way to load your ships if you're spawning on Lorville, is to come out here and just spawn the ground vehicles out here and load them straight into your ship, as opposed to having to raise and lower the elevator over and over again. These guys also, thank you Dendra for lighting up the area. There is also these really large flat areas right in front of every one of these garages that have almost no rocks in them. So you can land basically anything here. A Polaris fits here, nice and snug, easy peasy. And you never have any issues with, like, the ramp being up off the ground or anything like that. It's just big and flat and open, easy, designed for loading ground vehicles onto regular ships. Now, shall we see if I can find the cargo loading docks in the dark? I can't wait for sewers either, Zul. That is going to be so much fun.
Engines active.
And the overall expansion of Area 18 as well. The Origin headlights suck.
Landing gear raised.
But that might as well not be on. Under here. Oh no, we're impounding. Oh boy. Here we go. Restricted area left. We're good. Right. Now where is that loading dock? Can I find it in the dark? Out here somewhere. But there's a set of landing pads in one of these structures out here that literally looks like an industrial, like, loading area or cargo dock. But it is far, far easier to find in the daytime. Might have found the sewage treatment plant. That's the cranes. These are kind of cool as well. Non-existent headlights. There are actually little landing pads down here as well. Come sit on. That's the thing about New Lorville. There are so many of these. It's little places that you can just land and be part of the city. They've really expanded the places you can go. The Polaris out there. Enough flying around in the dark, so let's get back closer to the center of Lorville and then head off towards this satellite and see if we can find it.
Shield system inactive.
Locations, minor locations. We're in the right general location on Lorville, so let's point at 85 and go. We're gonna do 90 something kilometers. Man, that is toasty, Johnny. A lovely mild day for Perth, yeah. Yeah, that it would be. This should be the one that we're doing, Satellite 13. Good morning, Damage. We're doing on distance. Not that far yet. Okay, carrying on. There's a couple different ways to get to this, so we will try. A few. I do have unclaimed cargo awaiting transfer. We have already reminded ourselves of that one. And it won't go away. Can you fry an egg on it? If yes, then it's warm. I'm at 96 now, and I don't know if... I think that's just because the bearing's changing. We're going out to the crashed, or one of the crashed asteroids. I think I may have to try a slightly different approach. Problem is, it's just gone nighttime in this area of Hurston, so... Just did the air and halo. We're headed for the crashed satellite, or one of them. There's 3 on Hurston, 3 or 4. But I'm realizing that the big plume of smoke in the sky is going to be significantly harder to find with a whole bunch of cloud here. So I might do something a little bit more accurate than just point in a direction out of Lorville and go. At about 102 right now. Or are we from Lorville? 116 kilometers. We've gone too far. Shit. Going back. It should be right underneath us somewhere. What you're keeping an eye out for is fire on the ground and a plume of smoke in the sky. I realize that the headlights on this thing are absolutely terrible. So... But it should be around 96 kilometers from Lorville. There should be an ocean to our right somewhere. I don't see it. Hang on. Yeah, I should have brought the reclaimer with the built-in star. I'm not seeing anything out here. Alright, let's try the other way to do this. Get up into quantum travel light, and let's go to HDES Calthrope. The actual satellite is like somewhere here between Lorville and Calthrope. Might try one of the other satellites. Let's see. Starfarer Constellation, Cutlass. Satellite 41P. Should be in the daylight. Alright, HDMS Thetis. That's where we're going. We'll do this in the daylight so we can see what we're doing. That's going to be the easiest way, I think. Yeah, there's a couple little red dots down there, but there's also some little outposts and things around here. So we're just going to spin around to Thetis, which should be in the daylight, I believe.
Drive activated.
It's the middle of the day in Thetis, so we should be able to find it here. We're gonna get ourselves right over top of HDMS Thetis, and then we're gonna fly 60 kilometers at 341.3 degrees. And it should be significantly easier to see on this side of the planet because we have the sun helping. These used to be part of a mission which made them much, much easier to find, but the mission was very broken for most of the 320 patches. Ever since 318 it's been iffy, but like 321, 22, 23, 24 it was very broken. And then in 4.0 it just completely vanished, as did quite a lot of the other missions. So there are currently no missions to get to these places. Alright, we are now basically over top of HDMS Thetis. We shall now fly at 341 degrees. Here's 340. 341 degrees. Or 60 kilometers. The poor Starlancer doing this in atmosphere. I kind of feel for you, Dendro, I'm sorry. Long cruises in atmosphere with the Starlancer are never particularly fun. There is a reason I chose the 400i for this, as well as it is relatively quick in atmosphere. It's not the fastest, the Zeus absolutely slays it, but the Zeus isn't quite as good for viewing out the sides. Going for the Galaxy damage? I don't blame you one little bit. The Galaxy is such a good ship. and will be so good for living in the verse. I cannot wait. Our marker on Thetis here. Watch out for a plume of smoke in the sky. I know it'll be slightly difficult to see in the haze, but... That's the exact step I'm waiting on for so many of my chains damage, is that Harbinger. It'll be a while before we get Galaxy Zul. We're probably looking at start of next year, at the earliest for the Galaxy. Unless they do a massive surprise and pull it for Invictus, or for Expo Week, but I kind of doubt it. Not Invictus, it's definitely not coming for that. It's not even started yet. The Carrick loaner, in the meantime, is one of the better value loaners in the game. $300 ship, $650 loaner? I think so. That is a good one. Oh, I see it. That's definitely it right there. I'm over ships with ramp entrances in general at the moment. Which is annoying because the Carrick is definitely one of those. Here we are.
Shield system active.
We'll cruise right on in here. There's 4 of these around Hurston. Mission used to send you to one at random.
Landing gear deployed.
Easy does it. Excellent. Yeah, using it for just like a little one-way trip is fine. But if you try and do like a life in the verse in it, it just constantly reminds you of the many, many bugs it has. Denver's almost here. Welcome to Satellite 41P. Massive plume of smoke in the sky. Crashed satellite here on the surface of Hurston. There's actually a jump puzzle to get into the main part of the satellite where there will be a blade that you can take out. Look at the dancing fire particles on the ground. I love this place, it's great. See if you can work out the jump puzzle to get inside. Some of them are more complicated than others. A lot of them are just a simple jump across here and you're good. There's one that requires killing of mines and like a 180-degree turn once you get onto a platform. Pretty sure this is just one of the simple jump ones. I still failed it. And you get inside that hole. Come on, Mighty, make the jump. There you go. And down at the bottom of that... no, I failed it again. Missed that time. Ow! Take a drink here in a minute. Oh, no, that was a terrible jump. They added these when they first added the mantling system to the game. So it was definitely a showcase of being able to mantle on top of things and jump onto stuff. There we go. Down here at the bottom, there's a panel here somewhere. Used to have a blade you could take out. Remember if it was sticking out of that? Down here at the bottom, is there look like anything here? I think it might have had something to do with that panel right there. Yeah, there was a blade in here that you could grab, and then they would ask you to take it to one of the, what do you call them? Bunkers nearby, and insert it and decode the data that was in it, but then you'd get attacked by a bunch of pirates who wanted that data. And it was kind of cool, because this mission, this was actually a mission for one of the voiced NPCs. And I think it was Clovis Darnley in Reclamation and Disposal in Lorville that gave you this one.
I like all the sulfur vents and stuff around it.
Oh, yeah. This is in the middle of one of the sulfur acid biomes in Lorville. Or in Hurston, I should say. I'm not recording damage, but I am going to attempt to put the VOD on YouTube after this. Hopefully, maybe, someday. If Twitch cooperates. There's 4 of these locations. Each one has a different jump puzzle and a different interior part. And they're all in different biomes. I might try to put together a more concise YouTube video using the experience I get from the stream today and do like a, now we know go to Thetis, go here to get this one. When we do Bennyhenge, we'll probably spend an hour or two figuring it out, because I haven't been to Bennyhenge in literal years. versus things like the PTV racing, which we will go to again later today. That I know exactly where it's at. It's not hard to get to. It's not technically hidden. It's just there, and no one really knows because there's no reason to go there. I think I may have just shut Benny Turtle out.
Around here.
Yeah, 60 gigs a month does not last very long at all. That's the bridge. Hey, Silas. I'm going to attempt to start putting VODs on YouTube, Zool, but it's entirely dependent on Twitch and YouTube playing nicely together. If you could do that, Belth, that would be hugely appreciated, because I literally haven't been since 316, 315. Like, it was early inventory days. That's the last time I went.
Engines inactive. Engines active.
Alright. Ladies here, Barry is here. Let's roll.
Launch complete.
Surface relay signature EO2.
Landing gear raised.
We do the Constellation wreck while we're here on Hurston? I don't know if it'll be at nighttime now. 7T EMS Stanhope. Oh yeah, that's very much at nighttime. Okay.
FYI, I should go fire off the MDBs. Never tried them before. I fancy giving them a go.
Go for it. 14. Yay.
That is a very nice projectile speed.
3. That's also in nighttime, but that's becoming daytime. Ah, but we've all been to Rex before. So we'll just say goodbye to Hurston here. Let's make our way... Microtech. Is the bottom turret actually upside down, Barry? Like your vision for it? Most remote turrets on underbellies tend to be. But then you've got the Polaris one that is the right way up.
Shield system inactive.
There we go.
Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated.
I'm kind of hoping they apply the Polaris bottom remote turret logic to most of the other bottom remote turrets so that you're at least the right way up. Because it still works. It actually works quite well on the Polaris one.
Drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated. Quantum drive activated.
On our way to Microtick. Bloodshot Ridge. There are several hidden locations on Microtech that we will get to. We'll start at Babbage and kind of work our way out, assuming the Babbage is in daytime. Otherwise, we'll end up on a different bit. Start. Well, Microtech is New Babbage in daytime. Dunborough is, which means Babbage probably is not. Okay. Let's probably start with Dunborough then. And go from there. Means Moorland Hills is stop number 1. I'm not even sure we're going to get a 400i in there, Dendra. We might have to park outside and take the bikes in and pray that it doesn't kill us. Yeah, we're going to be Harper's Point is our meet location. Once we get there, and then we will be flying 335.2 for 55.6 kilometers to get to Moorland Hills. By which point, hopefully, the sun will have come around far enough that we can then get to Frostbite and Bloodshot Ridge. And work our way around the planet. Already ahead of you. I haven't even changed the quantum drive on this yet. The 400i isn't that much wider than the Connie is, but it is quite long in comparison. We'll see.
Quantum drive deactivated.
Alright. Harper's Point. That way direction.
Quantum drive activated.
Oh, did I really? Excellent. Really hope they fix the juddering with quantum travel.
Quantum
It would look so much better if it was just a smooth entry. Alright, coming into Harper's Point. The Harper's itself isn't really hidden, but there's not a ton of reasons to come out here. It apparently has an atacamite deposit on top of it today. If you ever want to do some mining, literally right on top of an outpost. Even one in a lake. Actually, that might actually be on top of...
I always find loot boxes are quite tasty.
Not quite. Yeah, the loot boxes here are quite tasty. They're very, very nice. What are all these unknowns down here? Wait, there's a Dullivine here too? So whether you arrive here with a Geo or a Golem or any kind of mining, you can absolutely do it here at Harper's Point. And yes, the crates are super spicy. We'll actually park right up here because we got some time to burn. A lot of the outposts are on the other side.
Landing complete.
I don't like that my self status went red for a second there.
Engines inactive. Shield system active.
The river is a little wider than it was originally, Zol. It's not a huge amount bigger, but there used to be more like trees and stuff around it as well, which made it look narrower than it is.
Launch complete.
We're apparently holding our nose up in the sky now. There's several parts to Harper's Point, although the one that most people go to is this bit right here. Because between this and this little thing down here, there are some very spicy loot boxes. Now watch, it's going to prove me wrong this time and not have a single loot box here. There is actually not a single loot box here. Alright, what about that one up there? There's almost always at least one
Lead.
out here. Nothing in there. Nothing up here either. Any loot boxes down on the dock?
Oh.
That had a camite deposit. Huh.
I shouldn't have said anything. I've scared the loot boxes.
Yeah, you made them all run away. Half a
There's
loot
also
box.
a crashed MSO up the hill, but you fall through the earth.
Yeah, that crashed MSR is a little spooky when it comes to ground terrain. Give me my backpack so I can drink something. Here we go. We're getting a little bit hydration required at the moment. Are those Dolomite deposits like actually in the camp over there? Considering. Have ourselves an energy bar.
Yes, I can see them. Don't know if they're mineable yet.
It definitely is a bit smoothed out and wider than I remember it being. There definitely was a lot more trees around here the last time I was here, which helped make it quite a lot tighter feeling in here. Is the loot box in the corner here? It is not. What about in this little hovel down here? It's kind of crazy to me that a Dolomite deposit has just kind of spawned in the middle of the outpost. Hello, guys. If I just check your little hovel for loot boxes. What's going on in there? Wow. Spent all that time talking up how good the loot is at Harper's Point, and then there's absolutely nothing here. We scared all the loot boxes away.
Yes, I take full responsibility.
And despite being able to go underwater, the last time I jumped in the lake here, I realized the sides were actually too steep to get out of the lake again, so I'm not going to do that. They put the little cave back. There's a tiny little cave you can walk into right there that's sometimes got a mining deposit in the bottom of it. And it's one of the few places I've ever seen Janolite. But actually getting into and out of it is a real pain in the ass. Are you shooting Marocs down?
I'm not. I'm missing them.
Ah, okay. Ecologically conscious Maroc shooting.
That one was on the ground. That one deserves.
Oh, come on, I hit the ship. Oh, no, that one just desynced. Hey, got one. I got one. One got one. I think we may have scared all the Marocs away.
Wicklow will be displeased.
Damn, Dendra, what have you done to that poor Star Lancer? Looks like it's seen a million years of use.
I know. I've just been using it to transport around a guest of honor for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's currently waiting in the mess hall, or in the canteen, or whatever you call it.
See, now I'm curious.
What the heck? Yeah, I know.
Curiosity's gotten the better of me.
Up we go. Watch your feet. And the
Ah,
guest
I
of
see. With his own burrito as well. Oh, good. You got him the good burritos. Only the best for the esteemed turtle.
honor. Exactly.
Where did you acquire Mr. Turtle?
At the release of 4.1, there was I liberated 3 from outside Dumpers Deep.
Ah, yes, the Dumpers Depot in Area 18.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Rin, there's several different spots that the turtle spawns. There's a couple outside of Area 18, outside of Dumpers Depot. There's like a back alley in Area 18 as well that has one. There's a side room in
Just be
Grimhex that's
careful
got
if
one.
you want to actually eat the burrito. Make sure you don't accidentally pick up the turtle and try and eat.
Don't eat the turtle. Alright, I'm headed back to the 400.
Else we'll have Peter and all those other people on our ass.
It appears your outer airlock door has broken, Dendra. You may want to close it again now. I don't know if I could reach from here.
I can deal with it from here. Yes, thank you.
Alrighty. To the 400. And Johnny's on his way. We will get him an invite as well. We shall head off to Moreland Hills. Almost fall in that hole every time.
It's best to get
The
turtles
celebration.
at the start of a patch because you find them in space stations and other locations.
Yeah.
Engines
Near the start of a patch is the best way to do it. I don't think the turtles respawn at all, Val. I've never seen them pop back into existence there. If they're not there, they're just not there. Alright, so... got right over top of the lake. Holding a roughly 2-kilometer altitude. Roughly. And then 335.2. Right about there. Onward! The turtles, you mean, Damage? If they're stored, I genuinely don't know what category they're considered, because they're not consumables. So... I don't think they should persist if you have them stored. We're looking for a little red light on top of a hill now, guys. So, this one is particularly difficult to spot at times. Hopefully, because it's daytime, it'll be slightly more obvious, but it is going to be a little difficult. I've flown over this multiple times before and not seen it. There's a Star Lancer in the background. Down a little bit. Going for 55.6 kilometers from Harper's. Not HGAR, Harper's. There should be one outpost kind of up on a hill, and then a little farm just below that hill. There are two outposts that are not marked on any map. Yes, this is Icebreak for the 400i, which essentially translates to the standard white, but with a pair of metallic white stripes, or not metallic white, metallic blue stripes down the side and on the wing fins. And then there's a little tiny strip of blue right in front of the bridge, which is quite nice as well. Should be around here somewhere. Everybody, keep your eyes peeled for a blinky red light on a hill. This is exactly the kind of terrain that it's in. I don't remember if it was before or after the mountains, though. Oh, hold on. I see it. I see it. God, that could be damn near impossible to see sometimes. Here it is, Moorland Hills. Of course, actually finding a spot to land 400i up here might be quite difficult. Please stick the nose in through this doorway. That's a Hercules. Hi, Johnny.
Landing gear deployed.
Very distinctive silhouette, that is. Okay, here's a better idea. Should be able to make our way around to get up here. Let's go land down by the farm. There's a farm just down the hill from here. Alright, who hid the farm? There it is. I do believe it's the Herc with booms. Tony's got an A2. And gently does it. Quite gently, but it'll work.
Engines inactive.
Semi-friendly A2. So this is Moreland Hills. I actually don't know what the name of the farm is down here at the bottom. But the outpost that's up there on the hill where Dendra's at right now is Moreland Hills itself. I'm gonna play dangerously here.
Engines on.
There are usually a few loot boxes. Oh my god, Pulse, really? Get a little bit of altitude. And maybe more altitude than that. Okay, we're good. Oh, this thing is terrifying to ride at any kind of speed. Oh, so close to death. So many times. Can I just scoot up this mountain now? Is that asking too much of the Pulse? I was thinking I couldn't park a 400i and Dendra's parking a Starlancer up here. Or attempting to. Here we go. Wait, Johnny, you died? How? We're in an A2. Park this right here next to this tree. Easy Pulse. Easy Pulse. Good Pulse. Please don't die. It's wiggling disconcertingly. I don't like that. Stepped on the ramp and boom, medbed? You might have been in a very strange angle. Because that looks like you were down a hill a little bit. That is a ladder to get back up here. Excellent. Like I said earlier, I'm kind of done with ships that have ramp entries at this point. Dendra, what are you doing over there? That's actually the front section of a 600i there. Right, Barry's damaged the quad slightly. You alright down there? I don't want to go too far out on this hill because I will fall down it and die. You look like you may be missing some front pieces there, Barry. Oh boy. Like the entire front of the hover quad fell off. Never did I see the day when the Pulse would make it up a hill, but not the hover quad. If I can find any of the loot boxes here. Any... Is that a loot box? No. No, it is not. Hello there. Loot boxes are probably up in that tower. Well, there's one. Right there. We'll come back out for that in a second. Double check there aren't any in here. Nope. Okay. Hear the sounds of a hover quad arriving, or at least half of one. There it is. Ghost multi-tool and some Dolivine. Sure, why not? Now I hear the sounds of people dying. And there was a reason I went for max height quite quickly, Barry. Hover vehicles in general are very, very finicky and fragile. And that was not a jump at all. Fine, we'll just climb this part. I see another loot box up there. What was that? Okay. There we go. Purple loot box. Hey, it's the Dark Birth replica helmet. You know, I will always take a free Aztalan core. Purple boxes are great. They're usually subscriber gear. Like now, if I take my Archangel helmet... Oh, crap, I can't. Just great swap. I might have to use internal storage on the Pulse. Swap helmets. Double click wasn't working, damage. I don't know why. I will try not to lose my head. We'll see. No guarantees. Up the ladder we go. Alright, the Pulse has an internal storage. That was not it. Neither was that. Here's the storage. So I can put the core in there. Should then mean I have enough room. There we go. Take the Archangel helmet off. And now I have a parasite. What's even funnier is if you actually have Toby. I don't. But if you have Toby, the eye stalk actually moves to follow your eye tracking and head tracking. But it does. Can't raise the camera either. Yeah, it does have a skull on the inside too, which is quite fun. Now we're going to put our regular helmet back on. Take the Aztlan core back out of there again, because I will forget that it's in. Pulse. Alright, Pulse, please. Don't kill me because I left you up here on a tree. Easy. Okay, we're going for a spin. That's fine. Okay. How brave do I feel? There is a fast way down this hill. Screw it. Whee! Please live, please live, please live, please live, please live, please live. Eh. Oh my god, you nearly didn't. Oh god. Hover bikes. There's nothing quite like them. Let's get that way down in speed. See if we can get it onto the fourth guy. Yeah, I am playing with scattered terrain features on low right now in an attempt to reduce VRAM usage. So there is a little bit of grass popping. By a little bit, I mean quite a lot of grass popping. I think we'll leave what's left of the hover quad here. Wait, where's Steve? Oh, Mighty Steed has Steve. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I think we'll just leave the hover quad here. There's not much point trying to put that back on the floor today. It got you back down the hill, that's what counts. Yeah, even on high settings, it's not that much further. Like, you can see it kind of slowly popping into existence right about there. Whereas when I switch it to scattered object, oh, it's on medium right now. If I put it on high, but it's still there instead of there. Like, it's not really that much of a difference. And then if I put it way down to low, then it comes back down to here, but it's still... is really not that much further. Yeah, Mighty, you can just put Steve right in the middle. We're not bringing the hopper quad with us. Go, Steve, go. We'll put our ill-gotten goods in my room. There should be... That's the bathroom. My room's this one. Should be a locker in here somewhere. Center seat. There it is. Traditional under the bed spot. You guys do have a storage as well under each bed in the double crew room. You're welcome to use those inventories to store things you find on this journey. Ah, Johnny's here in a saber.
Engines active.
And then this little farm is the lower half of Moorland Hills right here. Good little spot. There's usually the crates of Dolivine that you can find at like Asper's Clearing and stuff. There's some here as well usually. Now, for our next spot, let's see. Those fellows should be there. Frostbite. Frostbite is our next little hidden outpost here on Microtech. We are going... Halo Bottom. Somehow still in the darkness. Jeez. Well, we'll get a good sunrise as we get down there then. The Halo Bottom.
Launch complete. Docking request initiated.
Oh, we're not docking with the saber.
Docking has been denied. Landing gear. Weapons active.
There's only one of my weapons active. Interesting. I only have one gun. Oh well.
Shield system inactive. Contact.
It would be something to see, wouldn't it? I don't know how they would manage it. No, I think it's broken because it's not even showing up on the self status up here. We should be getting an ISC today. I'm hoping if I see it pop up, that we will watch it like while we're parked at the next outpost or something. Because I'm very interested in what that ISC is going to be. We are way high. Okay, easy does it. 2 kilo bottom. Easy. There we go.
Quantum drive activated.
Oh, that's very dark.
Quantum drive deactivated.
There's kilo bottom. So we want to get as close to kilo bottom as we can get, about 2 kilometer altitude. Of course, I would be stuck with that sound.
Shield system active. Shield system inactive.
Oh, it's dark. Okay. Kilo bottom. We want 120 degrees. Hello, Ferk. We are flying this for 552 kilometers. Oh, this could be fun. We visited North Tower, but we're not on the PTU, so it was nice and quiet. We are currently heading to Frostbite. Which is in the dark, but I'm hoping that in the time it takes us to fly 552 kilometers. Dendra, if you want to fly a little higher so you can go faster, I will not blame you at all. In fact, I'm probably going to gain a little altitude so I can go faster than 300. Keep Kilo as our target so we can check distance. Sounds good, Dendra. Yeah, I'm hoping the snow will light it up a little bit with the amount of lights that are there. Even if it's nighttime. This is going to be a bit of a cruise. Yeah, the seatbelt sign is now off. You are more than welcome to wander about. I don't think there's any holes in the 400i like there is in the raft. Honestly, I'm hoping they fix those raft holes for 411. At least slightly to the left, so I'm just going to angle slightly left again. We can join up in Discord once the Inside Star Citizen's done as well. Will help things. I'll put party chat on in text chat as well, so that's easy to see. Going at 384 now. It was a half-hour run at 250. So I'm hoping that if we can get that down to like 15 minutes, won't be too bad. Oh, you went way high? I don't know if I'll even see you up there. How high up are you, Johnny? What angle am I looking for? Kind of back. It was 34 kilometers. I think he's just a little too far for me to see a saber. I do see the sun slowly coming up, though. So it may even be daytime by the time we get down here. Hey, Spunky, how's it going? Not an outpost, that's a world scene. We are visiting the hidden places of Starcit today. We've done Area 18 North Tower, which isn't all that hidden, but we went there anyway. We went to the Aaron Halo. We did the down satellite on Hurston. We just finished doing Moorland Hills here on Microtech, and we're now headed to Frostbite, which is really out here in the middle of nowhere. Frostbite's 500 kilometers from the nearest thing. 550. But because of how far away it is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, especially in the dark. And then once we're done Frostbite, we'll head up to Babbage and do Babbage's hidden places. Because Babbage has 3 of them, 4 of them that I know of. Although I will need Ferk's help to guide me to the chairs, because it's been a while. But the Christmas place is easy to find. Oh, I can feel it. That sun's gonna peek over that horizon any minute now. I'm quite happy that I chose the 400i for this. It's a very pretty ship, and it's perfect for this like mid-altitude cruising. I do as well, like, I feel like Origin ships have managed to get the thruster VFX thing down. Like, this feels like it's thrusters pushing along a 50-meter long cruise ship. Or, I hesitate to call the 400i a yacht, but it is pretty close to one. But, like, they've got that, like, you can feel the thrust coming out the back on the Origin ships, where you really can't on a lot of the others. Like, the vague blue glow that the Polaris has annoys the crap out of me. He may have worried a prospector. There you go, have an invite. Oh, I see the sun coming up. There it is. Yeah, the turrets are alright on the 400. And generally, I think with its speed, just turning your rear end to something and letting the two turrets just have glorious rear coverage, because, I mean, that is really nice rear coverage on the 400. Don't even bother with the two on the front. I've actually seen 400s take the size 4s off of the front of it and just rely purely on the tail turrets and speed. That sun poking over the horizon, I love it. Let's start dropping in altitude again now. We have been going for a little while. Any indication? Or what? Balth is over there. Kendra's there. Connie is 28 kilometers above and behind. No idea that he's there at all. Oh, but look at that sun. Look at that. Coming out from behind the cloud. Screenshot. And more screenshots. Move the 400 back there a little bit. And then even more screenshots. Let's check our distance here. Where's it gone? Halo bottom. There it is. 288, so we got a long way to go. Okay. Gil, I will get you a party invite in just a second. It was what we were doing. It's just below 140, so that way direction. There we are. Alright. Party invite for Gil. That's fine, Spunky. You online yet? Not quite. Okay. Microtech is such a goddamn pretty place. It really is. He's a couple kilometers behind us now. Am I still going in roughly the right direction, Johnny? I feel like I am, but hard to really tell. I should have taken more stock of what the heading was showing before I turned around. This is live, Spunky. You can tell because there's no test server message at the bottom of the screen. Just soak it in. The sun's up. It's a beautiful day on Microtech, and we're going to visit Frostbite. Hopefully. It's out here somewhere. We're getting into the snowy region, so it's a good sign. Problem is, with a 500-kilometer flight, even if you're 1 or 2 degrees off starting, it can throw you off by like 20-30 kilometers by the time you get to the end. This game, man. Even when there's absolutely nothing out here. Just flying along. ISC is up? Excellent. Down a little bit. I'm just gonna slow it down a little while we watch this, so that we don't overfly by too much. Let us get Star Citizen going. Ah, yes, it's behind the ships, the Starlancer tack. Okay. Let's just throw that on there. Put that over here. That one right there. There we go. No, not full screen. We'll put it in full screen on this screen. How about that? And then in OBS. There we go. You guys can now see that screen, yes? Excellent.
The Starlancer attack is a variant of the Starlancer series. It kind of takes the Starlancer chassis and outfits it with a more offensive loadout. It's got remote turrets on top. The co-pilot's got some fun little missile turrets at the rear to keep people off the back end. You don't have access to every single gun on it. There's only 4 pilot-controlled guns. You'll notice immediately from the exterior that it has these new 2 twin size 5 man turrets.
Oh, they pop out from the sides too. That's nice.
Is the shape language
that was used to make this turret. It replicates the exterior of the ship, which contains round forms, welded forms, and chunky shapes.
God, those big size 5s on those
Misk
turrets,
as a
though.
manufacturer are kind of really proud of their manufacturing and they're not afraid to show it. You kind of see all the compound forms that reveal the underlying structure, where the fuel cells are, but it's a little more refined. Paneling is a lot cleaner. It's not something like a Drake ship where everything's just completely exposed. I really like the Misk look. It's got this sort of darker stealth armor, so it looks really like sleek. The guys have done a really great job with the lighting on it. It's got this like really mean looking red lighting. It just looks really sick. It does not have a cargo lift, but it still has your cargo bay in the back for 96 SCU and space for holding ground vehicles.
Hold
You
on.
also have the
I
additional
don't know if
window.
this is me or what, but I'm seeing low FPS. Give me 1 second, guys. Going to turn verse guide off for a second. That should free up a little bit of V-ring.
A hangar up top.
There were a lot of
Smooth
requests
things
for
out a
version
little
that
bit.
could carry a ship, so I'm glad we've managed to figure that out.
God, that
You
Fury
can
hangar, I
accommodate
hate it.
One Fury,
Ugh.
but if you are a good pilot, you can accommodate 2 as well.
What we've done is we've stripped out the Max's separate habitation rooms and replaced those with the hangar.
It's not that much big, but it's compact. It has a landing pad there with really cool small refueling parts.
We've extended the Max's habitation kitchen area to have its own bunk room. On the lower deck, we've replaced the long cargo bridge sort of area with a troop deployment area where some soldiers can jump out of like an extending gantry. And between that and the cargo bay is a small medical room.
No other Misk ships has a medical bay, so it was a bit hard at the first to get used to it.
Well, there's the med base.
How the design will be. What I feel the people will notice most will be the aesthetic of it. These bright lights and those metal floors. It's a bit high-tech, but it's not like very high maintenance.
The engineering and the cockpit are the same as the Max.
And in the cockpit, it's very spacious. It's accommodate pilot, co-pilot. It looks really cool because it's integrated with the bridge.
The turret room is located in the belly of the ship. At first glance, it resembles a shrine to warfare, with all the red lights around and the ammunition and the turret seats on the left and the right. It looks really cool. The animations are
What
really
on
cool.
earth?
From the hatch closing over the player.
Okay, I like the hatch.
And going into the turret, and the guns sliding out in preparation for battle.
Good view out of those turrets, though.
The Star Lancer would be for like teams of players who really like missions in a large group of like soldiers. As well as like the actual people crewing the ship and the turrets, you've got quite a lot of space for ground pounders with rifles. The cargo bay in the back can be used for like some of the smaller vehicles like the Cyclone. I think it's a really good ship for like just team play.
And there's the confirmation for the Invictus date as well. So that was a nice short little ISC behind the ships. 4 minutes of Star Lancer tack. It didn't say flyable in Invictus, but all of that video was people running around inside it and flying it, so I'm pretty sure flyable is what's going to end up happening. Alright, how are we doing now? Let's up the speed a little bit again. Nobody's seen us flying over an outpost yet, right? They talked about it at the start of the year, Zul. It's part of their reorganization for like more playability and bug fixing and stuff. Basically, they're letting the devs actually work on things as opposed to pulling them off for like a half-hour ISC or 2 hours of SCL or whatever. So they're just doing like a little 5-minute behind the ships for ISC or a 10-minute, thing every couple of weeks. And then SCL is like an hour every 2 weeks, I think it is now. We're going for Frostbite, Monkey. The outpost out here in the middle of nowhere. I'm about to enter a cloud, so that's not going to help me seeing anything at all. $142 right now. Oh, has the website actually been updated as well? Have a look-see. I will not find Spunky Chicken in the list of, Where are you at? Oh, there you are. He's not an outpost, he's a comlink. So I'm at 140. Let's just spin around here. How far are we now? $470. So other side of this ice lake. Back to 140. 142. Victus launch week 29:55 countdown. The tech mainly doesn't excite me because the regular Starlancer Max has been a bit of a disappointment in terms of like actual day-to-day gameplay. I mean, maybe the tech as like a bounty hunting, like, go out and do HRTs gunship could be quite fun. But the Max with the ridiculous slowness and the kind of limited view and the many, many bugs that it seems to be prone to having. Like, I really want to like that ship. I love the look of it, I love the design, I love the interior with the custom hab rooms. It's got one of my favorite habs of any ship flyable to date. But the thing constantly reminds you of just how buggy it is, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to use in atmosphere. And I worry about the TAC being too squishy to fulfill the role of gunship. Because the Max is not particularly tanky. For an 83-meter long ship, it's only got the one shield, same as a Constellation does. Yes, the TAC has a second shield, but is one more size 3 shield going to really save the TAC if it's in combat and being shot at a lot? I don't know if it is. It does have fantastic AC-130 vibes, and just like the Starlancer Max, I want to like it. But... oh, I don't know. I don't know. A remodeled expo hall spotlighting an array of new ships. Full manufacturer's schedule is on Spectrum. Yeah, my Starlancer Max is currently holding for the BLD. Wait, Drake are invited this year? Gear packs. That's interesting. That's very interesting. But for those that are wondering, just gotta throw it up here. There we are. Hopefully this works. Come on, Chrome, you can do it. There we go. That's a little bigger. So, Grey Cat and Aegis for day 1. Outpost, yeah. Grey Cat and Aegis for day 1. Origin, RSI, and Argo. For day 2. Consolidated Misk and Mirai for day 3. Crusader and Tumbril for day 4. And Valero Space for day 5. And then Drake for... Well, that's the thing, Balth, is usually Drake is after the Invictus finale. Because normally you have the Invictus days, then Invictus finale, and then the day after the finale ends, then you have Defense Con. Whereas here it looks like Drake is just in the Invictus week. So I don't know if it's still going to be Defense Con themed or if Drake's just going to be in the Invictus halls. Yeah, what I'm seeing right here at the start, you've got day 1 for your small release. With the Grey Cat. The Grey Cat MTC will be on day 1, so look for that on the 15th. And then... nothing on RSI Day. I don't think there's going to be anything there. Starlancer Tech and the Fury MX, or Guardian MX, I should say, on 19th to 20th, the Misk and Mirai Day. Was it before? Maybe it's just in my brain I separate it. Because for me, like, in my brain, DefenseCon is a completely separate event, because it's not... Drake isn't invited. So they do the entire Invictus event and then DefenseCon. Yeah, the finale is usually everything that was on sale goes back on sale. They do a whole new set of war bonds, etc. And Crusader and Tumbril, I don't see them doing anything new. Anvil's the Asgard. I would like to see the Ironclad for Drake, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the finale is after. Okay, it's just they do Defense Con. It's like an intermediary event. Okay, how close are we? We've got to be close now.
Shield system inactive.
Bottom 609. Yeah, we've gone over it. Alright, let's push back towards Bottom and then fan out left and right. It's around here somewhere. But I get the feeling it's probably over that way. We're on this big old ice lake. And it's not on an ice lake. At some point our heading's gotten screwed up. You guys that are down there at Kilos right now, let me know what heading I am for you, and we will adjust based on that. Does that make sense? I need to be 550 kilometers away from you in a 120 degree heading. .42 from you now, okay. So if I head into this way direction, I should start going down and heading for you. Yeah, get directly over Kilo. As close as you can to it. Probably about 2 kilometers of altitude. Directly over top of Kilo, and then let me know what my distance and heading is to you. And we will use that to find Frostbite. Because it's on the edge of this ice lake somewhere. I know it is. It's just a matter of finding the correct edge of this ice lake. .570 at 55. They should be 240 from me. That's not. It's not exactly the same either way either, Balth, because the curvature of the planet causes some weird voodoo shit. Holy ice lake size though, Jesus. .559. Looking for 552. That's an edge. The only edge within visible distance. We're gonna go for that edge and see how we do. Altitude, give me some speed. It should be 300 roughly. That's looking more likely. Over there somewhere. I'm at 140 right now. Am I going up or down? In terms of angle. Or degrees, I guess. Yeah, I'm not moving all that quick, so... I'm guessing it's around here somewhere. Why is Gils getting such a different heading from what I am? You're not on the ground, are you, Gil? You're in a ship still? Johnny, you're slightly faster than me, so check your just check this area for an outpost. This little peninsula here. Because this is about the right terrain for frostbite. Pretty sure it's in here somewhere. Yeah, today we can drop location pins. Would be ideal. Where you at, Frostbite? What am I doing for distance to you guys? 540. There's a reason no one ever comes out here, I'll just put it that way. I found this place once. And I'm pretty sure I lucked onto it more than anything else. Because if you're ever so slightly off, you can end up kilometers away. $62 at $320. Valth, you said it should be around 300, yeah? If it's 120 from them, it should be around 300 for us.
I just blew up for some reason.
Blew up. The 148. I'm going the wrong way.
I don't know if something hit me or someone, I don't know.
Alright. I'm gonna head back across this lake again and see if I can find
It blew
terrain.
up as well. I was staying still.
We're gonna gain altitude and zip across this lake and see if we can get back to 120 from them. There's gotta be terrain over that way somewhere. So Dendra, are you still on the ground over there? It's just your ship blew up?
Well, my ship's got power back. It lost power when it crashed, and now it's got power back. And I'm just trying to gain out.
Alright. Alright, we're up at high altitude cruising now. Oh, I see terrain. Okay, now we're talking. So maybe that terrain over there is what we're looking for? How am I doing? 532, so we are a little close, but this should take us away again as we start coming along this stuff. I had just completely screwed up the scale of this entire ocean. How are we doing heading-wise for you, Dendra?
Just getting my bearings.
Almost midday now. I was worried it would be dark when I got here. This is definitely the right kind of terrain. Low mountains. 544. It should have a light. It's not a small outpost, it's fairly large. Getting 121, we're getting close. Now. Where you at, Frostbite? Where are you at? Come on. $563, we're too far. So it should be between Johnny and I. Johnny, it should be between the two of us somewhere. y'all see an outpost, yell. It's out here somewhere. Oh, I ended up pointing at the sky again. Now I'm down to 549. We're attempting to find an outpost. One. It's gotta be here. Outpost can we find a microtech around the data center 4HJ? Yeah, 4HJ is there. Hello, Becky. How's it going? Okay, hold on. If I read further down in the instructions, I need 293 heading at 545 kilometers. So if I fly directly back along this bearing, Spunky, directly between the two of us, about 3 kilometers away from you. Something like here. We want distance 545.18, heading 293. So, to my right slightly. don't get it. It should be here. 545.18. 293. HJ should be 679 from me. This for LDO1 should be 568. We're in the right place. It's got to be right here.
This is what I had when I was looking for caves on another server. Coordinates just wrong.
The weird part is I've found this place following these instructions before.
There was one particular cave I was looking for Copians, and they had one set of coordinates that worked on one server, and another set of coordinates that worked on another server. And heading.
Where are you? Frostbite was removed temporarily this pet. I swear to God, it better not have been. I'm gonna do one last sweep of these mountains here to the left. Or HJ is supposed to be 679 kilometers away. And it is currently 698. It's somewhere in these mountains. It has to be somewhere in these mountains. If I don't find it on this pass, we'll just give up and go do Microtext or Babbage's things, and then maybe try and find Bloodshot Ridge, because that's a little bit closer to an outpost. Here, Banks. Follow Becky. Becky was literally just saying yesterday how terrible she is at shoutouts. That's my pathetic excuse of a shoutout right there. Follow Becky. You want to. Trust me. Trust me more than finding this stupid outpost. Gotta be here somewhere. A rescue mission? What kind of rescue mission are we talking? $679, and I'm at 683. The other problem is these buildings don't tend to... Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, that's a bush. That is in fact not an outpost. I am very sad about that fact. I thought I had it there. $678. And there's at 552. What heading? 93. Why do I get the feeling that I am like a kilometer away from it and I'm just not seeing it? Like it's gotta be right here. I could have sworn it was on top of a little ridge, but I'm just not seeing it. Okay, come on. Quantum to OM3. Oh boy, Binks is stranded. We may have to abandon this to go find Binks. We'll invite Binks and see if he's visible. Yeah, it's literally just little towers. It looks like Astor's Clearing almost, or Dunborough. $545.18. Close. I got nothing. I have no idea. It should be right here. It's a really good job we're not a search and rescue team, as we're about to go do search and rescue. Benny Henge is not done already. We will still try and get to that one. Binks, you said you're in Pyro? We might do the Microtech or New Babbage Christmas stuff before we leave Babbage. Yeah, go for one of the New Babbage locations, Ferk. We're gonna give up on Frostbite here. I know it's out here somewhere, but good lord. Try again another day for that one. We'll do the Babbage locations and then we'll head to try and pick up Binks. Don't give up the Benny Henge anchor, Balf. I know you're just sitting out there right now, but we need that one when we come back. There we are. Around to Babbage we go. That works, Dendra, if you want to. I don't know how much he's got. Alright, Banks, Dendra's coming for you. We're gonna hit up Babbage and do the hidden place here. Originally we weren't discording because I was waiting for the, what's it called? But I can jump in now. The Invictus thing. Starlancer tag. SPT releases, woohoo. Voice and video, that one, yes. Free voice. Okay, we're in Discord now. And I'm gonna head straight for the little Christmas spot first, and we'll do that one, then the chairs. Then the rooftop. And then head for Benny Henge. And we'll get Benny Henge and then the hidden rooms under, what's its face, Grimhex.
Sweet. Benny Henge is quite close to Grimhex.
Shield system active.
Alright, let's squeeze a 400i into the Christmas area. Zul said he put a Connie in here before, so shouldn't be too difficult.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Let me mute the stream.
So we're getting Christmas in May.
We are. Yeah.
Any of you Christmas addicts that need a fix mid-year?
Yeah, there you go.
I've already got a friend who's posting stuff about Halloween because she's desperate for it to become Halloween.
Just because you post about it doesn't summon it. Trust me, I've tried.
Landing complete.
And well, we apparently landed. Let's just poke that a little bit more forward.
Wow.
That was a great landing.
some skills there.
Yeah.
There we go.
What is the current meme? Golem landing or something like that. They say on Reddit.
I'm not doing a golem landing in here. Nope. The little 360 helicopter spin around with the VTOLs? I think not.
I've never
But
seen
not
that.
least because the 400i doesn't have VTOLs.
Helicopter.
It's from the it's from the it's from the Golem promo video, but it doesn't quite land. It stops midair.
Yeah, they,
So
they
it
don't do a
doesn't quite
full
count as a
landing,
Exactly, so it doesn't count.
which makes it even funnier that everyone calls that the golem landing now. Not actually landing, damn it. Oh, it's a little chilly out here. Glittering.
Did you go instantly white?
Yeah, we're at the little Christmas outpost now. I love it here. I mean, I'm going to say that over and over again, like the entirety of the stream, but all of these little hidden locations are so good. Yeah, just a little less. I'm still kind of sad that these seats don't actually function as seats anymore. Like, they don't have the sit prompt.
That's weird. The 400i benches in the kitchen don't either, which is weird.
I do love that
forlorn
they
snowman.
bothered to do this.
Technically, he's not alone, Les. He's got a buddy back here who's just as depressed. Although he is giving a thumbs up. Sort of, kind of, almost.
When every day is Christmas, it's no longer special.
Yes,
Exactly.
and then we have the Christmas not quite a palm tree thing. Whatever that is. Along with a couple of proper Douglas firs. And lots of Christmas presents. And they do actually spawn, I don't think there'll be any right now, but during the Christmas event when they spawn the presents for you to go out and do and find, there's a bunch of them down here every time.
Nice.
Whose is this other 400 up?
Wait, there's another 400i?
Yeah, just behind us.
Oh. I think that's...
one of the 400i and Saber.
Yeah.
It's a crazy. What are the chances there's two down
There was someone flying a 400i around earlier. I don't know if it was Ferk or... yeah, it was Ferk.
It's Ferk.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
As we were all crisscrossing the mountains trying to find the stupid outpost.
Yeah, I still don't quite understand that, because there was about 4 of us in the end, circling the area.
Yeah, I was saying before, like, I've had it before where, like, you follow a set of coordinates online, and it takes you somewhere completely different. I think it's just like, I think things happen to the compasses in this game that mess them up.
Yeah, I've followed those exact instructions from Kalo Bottom before. The other one I've done is coming from the data center you mentioned, or HJ. But no, I actually trying to find that place is such a pain in the ass, because like you start traveling, and then if you do the exact instructions, you're flying for like 40 minutes to get there. Because you have to stay at roughly 2 kilometers of altitude and just hold that heading. I chose constant. That's why I was going for the... Or not constant, initial bearing. That's why I was telling them to look for 120 for me. Because that would be the initial bearing I would have gone on, is 120. Constant starts at like 117 and then you have to try and follow it, but I've never had luck with constant. But like, if you do the initial bearing and then you're like a degree off when you start, you go 550 kilometers and now you're like 40 kilometers in the wrong direction and you're looking for an outpost that's like 30 meters across.
Well, I'll take
Yeah,
a
we-
selfie with a snowman.
We gave up on Frostbite, Escobar. This is actually directly underneath New Babbage. That's the Hab building up there. But this is the New Babbage Christmas campfire.
Did you see Damage said we're not allowed to go to Benny's for another hour because he's
Yes,
on lunch?
we're not allowed to go to Benny's for an hour because Damage on lunch. We'll
Well,
probably.
in about an hour, I'll probably be going to eat my dinner. So.
If we were actually looking for Benny Henge, it would take us over an hour.
Yes. Given my spectacular performance finding Frostbite, which is larger and also in a more concise area, with more reference points.
I swear
So-
it's like a Bermuda Triangle thing.
What you're saying is 3 hours for Benny Henge.
Give or take.
We will head out of here now and go do the seating areas, the viewing areas around the edge of Babbage, because there's a couple of them. Kirk knows where they are, so we don't have to look for them as much.
That almost sounds rude. Ferg knows where they are.
I was more saying it that we don't have to wait for me to try and find it. Because I'm having fantastic luck not finding these today.
You've only not found one thing.
That is true. But I did spend like half an hour not finding the thing. After half an hour of flying out to the rough location it should have been.
I'll let you and your chunky ship go first.
Yeah.
It is really cool that that's actually a thing, though.
It is nice. And Wolfberg's flying over to one. We will do a really quick spin around and go visit the painting on top of the rooftop. Jax McCleary's masterpiece.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Tears of Fire, I think is the one that's smoking.
Yep. The actual painting itself is on the roof next to it, as seen in the video. With Jax McCleary.
Yeah. Alright, Jax, where'd your painting go? Anybody see a rooftop with some paint on it? I can always find this when I'm not looking for it.
From memory, is it not just a fraction further away from the main building than where you are? Though I think it's in the side that you just came from.
Yeah, my gut's
From
telling me it's
memory,
on that
from-
side.
From memory, when you come if you're coming from the spaceport, it's to the right-hand side.
So that would be over there. Going
I may be wrong, but
from the spaceport, right-hand side would be over here somewhere.
yeah. And it's slightly to the right and behind the building, but that's only my vague memory, and I might be totally wrong in that, so I wouldn't quote me on it.
Like I said, I can find this every time when I'm not looking for it.
But of course. Loads of these buildings have got like little landing pads on them. They're not proper
Oh yeah,
landing
there's
pads, are they?
ton of
Oh
them
yeah,
with landing pads.
several of them do have the landing pads and the delivery things. You get delivery missions to here and
Oh,
land in a lot of
really?
these buildings and like deliver the boxes.
Nice.
Bring back delivery missions, CIG. They were so damn good.
Space Uber Eats.
Of course, I said a quick swing around to check for the freaking painting, and now I'm wandering around Microtech going, where'd the painting go?
You know what a Star Citizen's like. 10 minutes becomes an hour.
I don't remember. Will the painting render from further away?
I'm zooming the turret to a few buildings. I still can't see it.
Yes, I know I have unclaimed cargo game. Leave me alone.
Do you still own a Hull C, or did you buy one in game?
I bought one in game. My Hull C became a Liberator after the last time it stole my money.
Ah, okay.
I don't remember the style of building that he did it on either.
I've never seen it. But then already I've learnt so much from this tour.
Yeah.
Primarily, how not to find frostbite.
Yes. Yes. How not to find frostbite is APOC's lesson of the day.
Go to any location, fly 120 degrees for 700 meters. You won't find frostbite.
Yep, there you go.
Go to Yella. You won't find frostbite.
Oops. I wasn't looking at my screen and I sort of drifted completely away. I'm nearly a kilometre away from
Oh, no.
my ship.
Oops.
I'll take a
I
minute.
was just drifting in EVA while talking and looking at other things. Just turned back and realised, oops.
Everybody
quite an
scan the
idiot.
rooftops. It's up here somewhere. There's only so many buildings in this goddamn place.
Yeah.
Is it on like a landing pad?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
It's
a landing
at
pad.
the top of one of the tall towers.
Landing pad on top of one of the buildings, relatively high up, that is just covered with random splooshes of paint. Because Jax McCleary tried to paint a landing pad with the exhaust pipe of a Redeemer. And that went about as well as you would expect. I'm gonna go search the other side.
At which point you'll find it right away and blame me, because I...
See, Spunky's sitting on top of that building over there, and it's making me wonder if he's found it. It's just waiting for me to notice.
I had no idea about the landing pads. There's hundreds of them.
Oh yeah, ArcCorp has them too. And there are some on Lorville as well.
Yeah, you can land on top of the hospital in Lorville.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could.
It's another one.
Damn it, it's so warm. It's 30 degrees in this room.
Close to the shore and a dome complex near the Aspire.
Dome complex?
Well, Aspire is over there. The only dome complex near the shoreline I know
I
about
just
it.
watched the video. I know roughly where it is, and it was kind of where I thought it was. So, if you head to the Aspire Grand from where you are,
Uh-huh.
and then to its right, there's like a run heading diagonally back of like the lines or pipes or something. Follow it
rails?
slightly. Yeah. Not those ones. It's... So, not those ones. The other ones just to your left of your screen above the chat.
Like over here?
Nose up. Obviously, there's a stream delay. So that dead ahead, that you're looking at now in the stream, I'm probably a few seconds behind. You head along that towards the cluster of buildings that you can see there. Your nose is practically on them where I'm looking at it, and it's practically one of those buildings you're looking at right now that I'm seeing on the screen.
Okay.
One of the shorter ones of the high buildings. In fact, I think that's it just to your left, just to the left of where you're looking right now. On stream, you've just went over it.
Just gone over it.
I think the one right below.
Maybe it's bugged and it's
you're
not showing us.
right above, according to the video I'm looking at. So
Is it not rendering if I'm too far away?
yeah, so that darker, shorter building, I think, is the one.
You couldn't get much closer, right?
I can confirm there's nothing on there.
Yeah, that looks exactly like the building that you're right above now, but it doesn't have the painting on
There's
it.
no paint.
Maybe it's bugged.
And it's surrounded by, like I'm looking at the reference points in the video I'm watching, and it's surrounded by those buildings.
If
all
they've
around
removed Jax Cleary's masterpiece, I'm going to be writing a strongly worded letter to CIG.
Why would they?
So that, looking at the video that I'm watching and the guide and how to get to it, that's the building.
Weird.
It's either that one or the one, maybe the one behind it that looks almost the same.
We're gonna have a bit more of a scout around.
In fact, that was the first one that we went to, wasn't it? So it was one of those, and it was right next to that curved building with the 3 tall towers behind, and the picture was looking at.
There's not a duplicate of that on the other side of these towers, is there?
I'm just having a look around. I can't see anything still. I'd imagine they'd want to have it have a reasonable render range because it is a proper little landmark, isn't it?
Yeah. I've been here not that long ago.
Yeah, no, that was. I've rewatched this video a couple of times now. That's definitely the one the guy landed on. Oh, that's a shame if that. I've done it again. I was spending that much time talking to you. I went 1.3 kilometers in the other direction. Right. I'll get back to my ship and land. I need to jump off comms for a couple of minutes.
Alright. Well, that's thoroughly disappointing.
And weird. Why would they remove that? The only thing I can think is it's something accidental, you know, like it's just...
It has to have been... they've barely even touched Microtech recently.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't think it had had any updates or anything, but
I mean,
you'd know better than me.
But we know everything's interconnected. They might have like tagged it on something they rolled back.
Yeah, I mean, we did literally just have the whole Polaris shield problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the turret being upside down is very disconcerting.
All right, so that's I'm going with they've removed that painting and frostbite.
Yes, obviously. Weird.
Normally, it's not like it was never difficult to find it.
It's pretty wild that Chris hates art. You know?
Yeah, terrible.
But
If I go offline and then look again and find it, there will be pictures in Discord, along with many expletives.
nice.
All right, where's the chair lookout, Ferk? Let's go for it. You never know. On the way to that, we'll probably find the painting underneath us somewhere. He's moved it. It's the one... There's a lookout I know about that's, like, over that way somewhere. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of the Tears of Fire painting, and it should
Same
be
here.
right there. Let's not run into the back of Ferk.
Furiously googling.
Landing gear deployed.
Oh, now I see the roof. Oh, it is. Yeah. Not in game, but on the wiki.
I think that might have been the smoothest 400i landing I've ever done.
Engines inactive.
I went too far again. One day I'll get used to this ship.
Don't think I've ever flown one of those.
I do like the 400i. It's a bit of a whale for the size of ship that it is. It doesn't handle very well. But it's so good for just like what we were doing earlier while we were watching the video and stuff, just kind of cruising at mid to high altitude.
Gotta say, I do love the Meridian paint that Burke has. It's
Oh,
really
yeah.
the boot.
Meridian on basically anything. Johnny will tell you, it's a great paint.
Yes, I've got Meridian for everything that can have Meridian.
Yeah, I think I only got it on my Aries. But I love it. Yeah, so nice.
Do these chairs work? These chairs don't work. Chris, come on. Seriously.
Hates art and sitting down. Wow.
Yes. And apparently teddy bears. Look at this poor thing in the snow.
Yeah. It's just sad.
I mean, no, there's the one on the chair. That one's fine. But look at this thing.
Oh shit. Oh god.
It's just a teddy bear corpse in the snow.
Someone had to put that in deliberately. It's interesting.
Yeah. After this stream, we will make issue council reports for missing frostbite, missing painting, and inability to sit in chairs. Easy 10 confirmations.
5 minutes, it'll be done.
And then we all confirm it as completely game-breaking, unplayable. My immersion. Oh no,
My
Mighty
immersion.
Steed, you're vibrating.
There you go.
It's so close there, just a little more.
No, he's humping it.
There you go. There, he's almost reclining. He's just breaking his back in the process.
Beautiful. That's how I sit down in real life.
Honestly, this is not a bad spot to watch people come and go from the spaceport either.
Yeah. Very pretty.
I love when you sort of swivel around in the prone state. It's very like pick me like one of your French girls kind of position.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's so much is. Yeah.
One of Balth's early ninjas on me was when he did that pose in the middle of one of the displays in the expo last year. And I straight up didn't see it for a long time.
Although, like covered in frost in his armor, kind of like this is how they found him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The research team then spent many hours trying to figure out why he died in that pose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember, I was like lying across one of the thingies with my tractor being pointed up at the box that one of the other guys was tractoring. And you walked round that display multiple times.
The clip of me finding out is on YouTube, and I think still on Twitch.
Yep.
Well, I was saying yesterday about that time, I was talking about you being a ninja and that, and then this picture popped up in Discord, so I thought, oh, I'll just have a look, see if it's in screenshots. And it was a picture of me from behind in my hangar that you'd taken 2 seconds ago. I didn't even know you were in there.
Yeah, because you'd literally turned around and said something along the lines of, I keep checking over my shoulder because I keep thinking you're going to be there.
Yeah.
At which point I decide, I'm going to be over his shoulder.
The one time he doesn't look.
And we were in a party, and it was just before they fixed party markers, so he had the random luck of the draw that he didn't have a marker. So I just couldn't see him.
Which was also how I was able to get in his hangar.
Yes.
Alright, Ferk.
Landing gear raised.
Where are we headed? I know there's a spot on a mountain that I do quite like over here. It's not really a specific spot that CIG have done, but it's a cool location.
Yeah, I can't make space build.
Oh, I know. I actually bedlogged over on the mountain I'm thinking of several days in a row when I was playing sort of off-griddy last year.
I mean, it's really off-griddy when you arrive at the city but just stay outside city limits.
Sort of, kind of. I mean, technically, I was a good, 20 kilometers from the city, in theory.
Yeah.
It just so happens that the city is quite large and the marker's in the middle of it, so...
More like by the side gridding.
Yes, side gridding is probably the most accurate thing, yeah.
I'm laterally gridding.
I'm still half expecting to see a painting on one of these things as I fly past it.
Yeah, I'll get in the turret and have a look.
No, I didn't realise it was quite as obvious as it was, like when I saw the
The big splooshy thing all over landing pad.
Yeah, it should be really screaming at you, so... I am here.
And then on the rooftop that's right next to it, or across from it, there should be a little easel with the actual painting, Tears of Fire, on it.
Yeah. I think I've got some pictures of it somewhere on my computer if you want to slap some in Discord.
Yeah, I mean, there's a picture on the wiki page for it as well. It's pretty clear of what it is. I was just hoping to go to and land on it.
Yeah.
The new Babbage Observatory.
I've been here before.
We are observing the observatory.
We are observing the observatory. See if I can land on it without booping Ferk out of there. Oh, you're gonna land that way? Okay. Bonk the nose a little bit, but that's fine. That's what we got suspension for.
Is there room for a little one?
There should be room for a saber. This is a large pad. You can put, I think you can land a Caracon here. I'll just scoot over that way a little bit.
It just scared me when you started going up.
There should be plenty of room for a saber in there.
Oh, there is not. Thank you very much.
This is actually one of the places that you can, or could, deliver boxes to. I got several box delivery missions to this spot.
Oh yeah, there's a machine.
I didn't know this was a thing.
And then Perk should be nearby where the chairs are. Yeah, in here, in where Mighty Steed is. Is it still there?
Yeah, still a machine.
Yep, the little box machine is still here. There's none of the boxes for it. Please, CIG, bring back box missions. Everyone may have, ridiculed them at the time, saying that they weren't worth doing, or they took too long, or whatever, but they were such good excuses to go out and explore the world.
Yeah, plus they were great for beginner players getting them started.
Yeah. They just needed to be slightly less buggy. That was all it is. That was the game as a whole back then, really.
Yes, great, but could do with being slightly less buggy.
Don't fall off the building, it's a long way down.
You gotta stop stuff soon anyway.
Yeah, this is the new Babbage Observatory right here.
Beautiful spot.
It is
One
very
gets a good
pretty.
screenshot.
And you get such a wonderful overview of the city from up here too.
Yeah. Ain't been up to this in the game.
You're just a little teeny tiny bit too far away from the spaceport to see anything smaller than, Carracks and 600 Eyes and stuff coming and going. Good view if a Polaris or an 890 jump happens to take off out of here. Kind of surprised I'm not frosting up. It's a little chilly out here.
Yeah, I could do with some food and drink. Luckily, I have plenty on me.
Very drunk all night. Well, it's not the way.
Almost there now. Here we go. Couple chairs and a radio. And mini cans of something. Smalls? Smallies? Smalls. It's meant a blend of something or other, but I can't see because my visor keeps frosting up.
It does that, doesn't it?
Economically priced ingredients, though. Oh, it's alcoholic. Of course it is. It's malts. Thank you, Les.
You don't go out in minus 46 degrees Celsius unless you're pissed.
It's a little cold up here. And quite windy. I wonder, how high up on this mountain can we get?
Well, let's find out.
Because if we could just get around this ridge, we could get such a good view of the city. Keep in mind, Naz, these are not ordinarily white suits. They're just kind of frosty. We've been frosted over. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a boulder in the way. That's not fair.
You can probably get around it, though. There's a little path around here. Yeah, you can get around it.
Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Don't mind the snow and the negative 43-degree temperatures. Welcome to Microtech.
Wow.
Yeah, and where I logged off is around the side of this mountain. You can kind of see it, actually. I'll point it out on the stream here. Over there. Down in the valley behind that is a little platform, and that's where I parked the Carrack and logged off for several days in a row.
Cool.
Yeah, I was leaving the Carrack down there and then taking the Pisces out and doing little like bunker missions or whatever. Occasionally delivery missions around the rooftops of Microtech or Babbage, and then coming back to the Carrack and landing at the end of the day. It's cool because, like, the Carrack's hangar bay is, like, just small enough that basically only the Pisces fits in there. So you're a lot less nervous about just leaving it open and flying away. Because anyone who's in anything bigger than a Pisces isn't getting into it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Whereas if you're in a Polaris and you do the same thing, and, you know, you leave it up in orbit like I do with the Carrack a lot, or you park it somewhere and open it up and fly out, you now left a big old landing pad that can fit like 2 Hornets or 2 Sabres or something in it. And you do open yourself up to people just landing in it.
Remote control doors, please, CIG.
Yes, remote controlled hangar doors, please, CIG. I'm about to freeze my poor character's face off here. And have some ready meal beef chunks.
Same. Except
If it's
anyone else
negative
need food or drink?
if it's negative 42 degrees of air temperature, what do you think the wind chill's like up here?
My cruise is frozen.
You're now drinking a cruise slushy.
I will not litter in such a lovely place.
I'll do it for you.
How far do you think you can toss a bottle off of this mountain?
Pretty far, probably.
Places like this really make you realize the scale that this game operates at.
Yeah.
Because, like,
It's
you
just
think
one
about it, right?
landing city, isn't it?
Us standing here on the top of this, or not really the top, but on the flank of this mountain, overlooking Microtech, Babbage, you could have a party member log in, get added to the party, and they will spawn in Aspire Grand right over there. That's got to be, I mean, that we're in the same city. That's 20 kilometers away.
Yeah, easy.
And then that person, there could be another person in the party who's just, you know, getting ready for their spaceport. You know, they're getting ready to do their ship in their hangar. And they're over there, across this ridiculous valley on that other range of mountains. But they're still in the same city as we are. On one planet, in one system.
Just go warm myself up with the mining laser.
And there's no like loading screens like at all. Making yourself a little campfire there with your mining laser.
Yeah, nice and toasty.
The 360 no scope.
Alright, let's parkour our way back down this mountain to the safety and warmth of our ships.
It's so cold up there, he doesn't realise he's burning the ends of his toes off.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Goes to walk and immediately falls over.
I can smell pork, huh?
You think about it sometimes, and it's like, you know, like Denver just went from where we were, like 80 million kilometers, to a hole in space-time to jump to a different system to go rescue Banks, who is also in our party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
And has done all of that without a loading screen.
Insane. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I
like
never
it.
played Starfield, but a lot of people said that had loading screens and stuff.
Oh, it
and that
does.
broke the immersion of it.
Yeah, right.
Starfield is built on the same engine as Skyrim is.
Yeah.
Which, at its bones, is the same engine as Oblivion was.
Yeah.
And that was 19 years ago.
I haven't seen the
Oh,
video.
I see.
Oh, they were like so proud of the new engine. Like, oh.
The problem, like, Creation Engine is a brilliant engine. I love it. It's great. But it has some serious limitations. Particularly when it comes to cell size and play space sizes. So, when you, like a game like Oblivion, which I've been playing a ton of recently, you have the open area of Cyrodiil, which is, in terms of like real play space, maybe like a 1 or 2 kilometer by 1 or 2 kilometer space. You just move around in it really, really slowly overall, so it feels a lot bigger than it is. Plus, it's absolutely chock full of shit. Like, there is a POI every 30 seconds going through that place. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
And so you don't really notice the fact that, like, that open world, the couple kilometer by couple kilometer open world, is itself split into, like, 100 meter by 100 meter cells that then individually load, and it's only ever loading the cell that's, like, immediately to the left, right, front, back of the one that you're in. And then you've got, like, an LOD painted background of the ones further away for when you're looking further away than immediately next to you. When you get to a game with the scale of Starfield, that kind of falls apart, because then Starfield, similarly to here, you want to be able to land on a planet and look out and see that mountain over there and be like, I can go there. But you can't, because you run into an invisible wall at the end of the cell. The cells are bigger in Creation Engine 2 than they were back in Gamebryo in 2006. But they're not infinite. So you do eventually run into the edge of the cell, and the game just tells you, nope, you can't go any further.
So why did they choose that engine then for a space game? It doesn't seem very logical.
Because Gamebryo and then Creation Engine 1 and 2 allow them to do things with NPCs that other games, including this one, are still struggling to do. And Oblivion did it back in 2006. Like Oblivion's NPCs...
NPCs and the story-driven sort of stuff, which
Yeah.
is really what Elder Scrolls focuses on.
Oblivion's NPCs back in 2006 have full schedules. They go places, they do things on a schedule. Like, there's an NPC that I just talked to last night in Oblivion that he wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning, pretty much every day, within about a 20-minute in-game variance. And then he goes downstairs from his house and he has breakfast with his wife. And they have a little conversation. And then he goes out of his house. She goes off and does her thing. He goes out of his house, goes out of the city, goes to a specific crossroad outside the city, and then scans around that crossroad for any potential prey, because he's a hunter. And when he sees, like, a deer or a bear, he goes off and he fights that thing, and he gathers it. And he'll do that loop of hunting and gathering until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point he comes back home again, and he'll start sorting his stuff into his various chests. And then he goes to the inn and he has dinner with his wife and a bunch of other NPCs that all go to the inn and like have a little social event there, like having a bar kind of deal. And then they all go to bed, and it repeats every day.
That is amazing. What's really
variations.
cool is that the variance on the like getting up not bang on 6 o'clock, because for a computerized thing you would think it would be bang on whatever every day, but if there's like some variance,
there's little
that makes it
variations
so
every
much more
time.
realistic.
We never found Frostbite Berry. We ended up at Macrotech or Microtech, and then or Babbage, and didn't find the painting either. So then we came to the top of the outpost, or top of the
We
observatory.
did find the Christmas thing.
We did find the Christmas thing. That was found.
I am going to need to jump off for a bit, but what I'm going to try and do is bed log and hope that means that when I log back in, I'll still be here.
Sounds good.
So, if you're still on later, I can still act as the anchor.
Yeah.
If you haven't, find your own way here first.
Bounce the beacon.
Apoc, do you mind getting in this chair? I'm stuck behind it.
Oh. Okay, yeah, one sec.
I managed this.
Yes, in order to pay for the fact that all of their NPCs have full schedules
Thank you.
and likes and dislikes and personalities, and like they're honestly some of the best NPCs in Oblivion, let alone Skyrim, of any NPC tech that I've seen. I mean, the visual quality of it has struggled. I mean, the Oblivion remaster is the creation engine running inside Unreal, and that's how they make it prettier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, the logic and all of the NPCs, that's how they've kept the NPCs doing their Oblivion things, and it feels like Oblivion, and it all basically is Oblivion, because it is the original 2006 Gamebryo Oblivion. But they've managed to make that logic run inside the Unreal Engine, which then handles the graphics, the lighting, all of the textures, the nanite stuff that they're using for environmental things, and some of the cloth textures. Most of the actual like item physics is still going inside Gamebryo.
I've never seen a developer fight so hard to keep the engine.
Yeah, they've managed to get Gamebryo running inside Unreal for the remaster, which is just unbelievable. The fact that it doesn't die, and then you can mod with the original Gamebryo engine with the original mods, and as long as you make sure to edit the text file that it loads into Unreal, it still works.
I think it's mad that they used the same engine to make Fallout 76, so they had to like adapt between multiplayer, which is insane. It's just, but yeah, it sort of, well, now it works, but back then it didn't.
Yeah, it's they have fought really hard to keep that creation engine going, and I don't really blame them, because the NPCs and the item shenanigans you can get up to, because every single item in the Elder Scrolls games, and by extension Starfield, all of it has physics. A random book on a shelf has physics. You go to like an inn and there's a plate and forks on that plate, fork and a knife and an apple maybe, I don't know. It all has physics. You can whack it with a sword and it goes flying across the room. Hit it with a fireball and everywhere. You can fill a room with cheese wedges and then shoot a fireball in it and watch the physics engine shit itself and then actually do physics. Like, it's brilliant.
Crisis. Do you remember that people used to do that training level, and then they'd put like 100,000 explosive
100,000 explosive barrels and then shoot a nuke at it? Yeah. Oblivion is much the same. There's a series of videos from way back in the day in the original Oblivion called Domino Day, where they lined up hundreds and hundreds of books as dominoes, and then shot a fireball at the first one and watched them all fall over
I remember seeing that. Yeah.
as dominoes. And then someone recreated it in Oblivion Remastered and didn't even realize that they originally did it in the original Oblivion. They were
I
just
always
like,
loved-
look, physics.
I always thought it would do the item G glitches with like dumb things, like the sort of cheese wheel one. It's like spawn like 10,000 cheese wheels in a tiny room.
Other things that engine does really well, that carried forward into Skyrim and to an extent Starfield as well. If you take a bucket and you put it over top of an NPC's head, they cannot see you stealing their shit anymore.
Well, that's amazing, yeah.
And it's just little stupid things like that that are so good in that engine. But they paid for it, A, with graphics, which is why Oblivion's now running inside Unreal for graphics, and B, with cell size. And what that ended up translating to is, like, every time you go from outside to inside in Oblivion or Skyrim or even Starfield now, you go into a building, it's a loading screen. You go back out of that building, it's another loading screen. You go from one room to another, or one floor to another inside that building, it's a loading screen. And that, we expected that with Oblivion. You know, it was 2006 at the time, and now we're getting the remaster. We weren't expecting any different, to be completely honest. Skyrim,
And plus,
2012.
in that sort of setting, it works better than a space game.
2012 with Skyrim, it still kind of works, that there's just a bunch of loading screens everywhere. I mean, we immediately modded to have better cities, which are open cities. So when going in and out of the city, it's just you walk under an archway as opposed to a loading screen to get into the city. Which did hit performance, but by the time those mods came out, 2015, 2016, we're getting into the 10 series cards. Like, the graphics ability of PCs was becoming much bigger.
Was it Skyrim or Oblivion where, like, for a while, chickens could be a witness to a crime?
Chickens are a witness to a crime in both games.
There we go.
Yeah, unless you put a bucket over their head or trap them inside a bathtub. And yes, the image of a chicken walking around with a tiny bucket on its head is just as funny as you think it is.
Another meaning to the term KFC bucketing.
Burke, are you having any luck getting to your ship, or have you already gotten to your ship? I haven't actually noticed. Looks like he's almost there.
I think the first games have like the most enjoyable jank of any game. It actually kind of adds to the game rather than takes away a lot of time.
Yeah, like Zool says, the tech was fantastic at the time for Oblivion. It was the biggest, most ambitious open world RPG of its time, and even by the time Skyrim came around, like, Oblivion is still, to this day, held up as, like, top 3 open world RPGs, along with its sister in Skyrim, and then, like, Red Dead is the other one that's, like, up there, as far as big open world ambitious RPGs that everyone pretty much universally loves. The problem came when they tried to take that formula to space, and you ended up with the same kind of janky graphics, the same incessant loading screens, in an environment that just begs for this, what we have here, just seamless transition and scale and majesty of volume. That doesn't work when you're getting a loading screen every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Am I also right in saying that, like, Oblivion had some pretty pioneering procedural generation tech?
Yes.
I mean,
Oblivion combined procedural generation with handcrafting environments in a way that wasn't really done again until Skyrim, and then even then Skyrim was more focused on handcrafted environments and less on procedural generation.
Yeah, it's sort of the way to do it, because you can like have the machine figure out how like the geography of the landscape's going to work, and then you can fill in the blanks.
Yeah. The way Oblivion did it is the Bethsoft team made a set of predefined like building blocks for a cave or a fortress or an alien ruin or whatever, like a POI, and then they gave it to the game and they said, make a dungeon out of this, and the game would take this like 200 pieces, a left corner, a right corner, a Y, a big room with a pit in the middle, whatever, and just be like, dungeon. And somehow, in 2006, they managed to take 100 to 150 pieces for a cave and make dozens of caves. I mean, I don't know what the number is of caves in Oblivion, but there are a ton of them. Like I said, there's a POI every like 200 feet.
Yeah, it's wild.
They're not all caves, but you get into those things, and I have yet to, in like 30 hours of the remaster, run into a cave that looks the same as the previous cave that I've been in, despite knowing intellectually that I've been through the same building blocks dozens of times. The little individual changes in set dressing and lighting and mobs and enemies and chest placements and all of that are so unique through all the different caves because of the proc gen that even though it's going through the same things over and over and over again, it doesn't feel it. And it was just not to use the engine name, but completely unreal at the time. Like, it was unbelievable in 2006 that they were like, yeah, let's just proc gen an entire province of Tamriel. And then put mostly handcrafted POIs in them that are put together in proc gen, and it'll just work.
I'm very surprised it didn't become more of a norm.
Yeah, I think honestly everyone else was terrified of it at the time.
Yeah,
like they saw what Oblivion did and the amount of jank that came out of that. Like, for all the praise I give Oblivion, that game is seriously janky. Even the remaster now, there are some weird things that go on in that game.
I'm not checking the remaster yet. Can you still close the door on someone and they go absolutely insane?
Close the what?
You like close the door on someone and they go mad. It's like
Oh.
bits.
It still happens depending on the timer. A lot of them have learned how to open doors, which scared the crap out of me, because there's a quest in Anvil in Oblivion where you buy a house off this guy, and he's kind of shady about it. He's giving you this big-ass mansion for a really low price. And then you go to the house, and you try and sleep in the house, and it turns out that house is haunted. And there's a bunch of ghosties that spawn. And those ghosties, most enemies in Oblivion are level scaled to you, so they're never going to be more than 8 levels above you or more than 8 levels below you, generally. But there are some, including those ghosties, that are leveled to be pretty freaking difficult, no matter what level you get there at. And one of the strategies in original Oblivion was push their asses out of the door and close it on them. Because the ghosties didn't know how to open the door, so you could then use that to heal and get your stamina back and kind of reset. And they wouldn't heal themselves. They'd be sitting there pushing up against the door. Tried that in the remaster. Was then very surprised when the bitch opened the door in my face. And they came through the door.
Surprise!
And I was very much not ready for them. The old mods mostly still work. Anything that introduced new content to the game, pretty much as a rule doesn't work. Because the way that they load the assets from Gamebryo into Unreal doesn't really work. Like, the step that goes from Gamebryo to Unreal doesn't work because we don't know how to do it yet. We don't know what voodoo Bethesda have done. So in terms of, like, if it's a mod that rebalances something, like the level scaling mods for original Oblivion that turned off that level scaling and made it more like Skyrim, where each individual NPC and monster has a set level. So as long as you're only fighting imps and rats and things, you're fighting low-level stuff. You find a troll, good fucking luck. Whereas Oblivion, like, in the original level scaling version of it, once you got past level, like, 15, you basically didn't see the baby rats anymore because they just stopped spawning. And a troll at level 10 and a troll at level 30 are basically the same difficulty level because it's scaled with you. Versus the Skyrim version of doing things where if you fight a troll at level 5, good luck. If you try to fight a troll at level 30, you're probably fine. And there were mods to take that level scaling and put it in Oblivion, and those mods still work in Oblivion Remastered. There are Oblivion remastered versions of those mods on Nexus that install in the correct folders, but if you know how to manually install them in the original Oblivion, it works just fine. But if you're trying to put a new sword in the game, your character will whip out an invisible item. The item is still there. The Gamebryo game recognizes it as being there. But there is no physical model for it because it hasn't been imported to Unreal because we don't know what voodoo they've done yet. Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about, so I think one of them is currently working for remaster that we've tested. I'm going to head for the Crusader locations.
Okay, I don't know. What is it we're doing Crusader-wise, or do you not want to say yet?
First, I think we'll probably head for Grim Hacks.
Okay.
I appreciate that because I'm on 6% nutrition hunger, I guess. What would it be called?
You need nutritions?
Oh, damn. I had food.
We'll probably get to Grim Hacks.
First, and that's ArcCorp. Run out to Cleo here real fast because I'm getting no route set.
Also, in this patch, if I die, I'll pop up at the nearest med station, which is probably somewhere in there.
Quantum drive deactivated.
Needed food, you said?
Yes, please.
Well, I have some ready meal beef chunks for you.
Oh, thank you.
Here it is on the floor.
Thank you. I
Raw
only
beef.
eat food off the floor.
Luckily, it's in a prepackaged bag, so it should be fine.
That will disappear once I eat it. Presumably, meaning
Yes.
I'll eat it as well.
It's a biodegradable and fully edible bag.
Designed for space efficiency.
Yes.
Future we only dream of.
Let's go to
No,
Grim
but you
Hacks.
didn't eat your bag.
Can't eat a bottle though.
No.
We'll do the lower floor of Grim Hacks, and then hopefully by the time we're done with that, both Damage and Balth will be back, and we can do Bennyhenge, so Balth can stop being stuck at Bennyhenge.
Yes, bless him.
I appreciate him being a marker because I would never find that place by myself. It has literally been years. Like, the last time I went to Bennyhenge was in the very early days of inventory, so like 315, 316, somewhere in there.
Okay.
So it has been a long time, and as proven by my complete inability to find the I'm convinced it's not there frostbite, following directions is not always my strong suit.
We'll get it one day.
Yeah, I think it's just the compass that's balked, honestly, but that's happened to me so many times.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I have literally followed the same site's directions to go to Frostbite before in the dead of night.
Yeah. But yeah, I something happens to the compass where it changes, because I've definitely been looking for a cave before, followed directions, I couldn't find it, didn't log out, same server. Someone else says, these directions sometimes work. I try those, and it does work.
Yeah.
So it messes up sometimes.
I know we were in roughly the right place, though, because the terrain was all pretty much what I was expecting. Like a mountainous-ish area in a peninsula-type formation next to a ridiculously big ice ocean. That is where Frostbite is.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't just have roughly the right distance in heading from Dendra sitting at Leo's, or whatever the hell that point was called. Halo Point. But, like, we were also roughly the same distance, or correct distance, from the data center. It's the other, like, objective that you're supposed to go, like, line up to. So it had to have been, like, right there. It's just buildings in 4.1 don't render until you're really freaking close to them. Which is why things like even Morrow's Peak that we went to, or Moreland Peak, Moreland Hills, that one.
It could also be the same thing as that painting, where like something they've done as in a patch as sort of.
Wait, Toby, you found it?
Yeah.
He found Frostbite, everybody. It is still there. We're just blind.
Well, his coordinates the same or are they different? I wonder.
Did you use the same strategy to get there, Kobe? Or Toby, even? Sorry? Or did you go from the data center instead? Because I'm pretty sure the last time I did it, I'm thinking about it, and I think I went from the data center towards it and then used... Because I don't think Kilo Bottom was in the game the last time I went there.
Is he on the same server as us as well?
You used the triangulation method with the orbital markers? Frostbite, otherwise known as Windy Cove. Low bottom 545.18, data center 687, other data center 679.
Oh, I see.
See, now they've got 117.3. Oh, but they want you to be constantly updating it, that's why. They want constant heading. Yeah, we probably should have done constant heading, but then we wouldn't have been able to do the watching the video on the way.
I'm slow. I got a stealth quantum drive in this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not the quickest in QT. But when I pop out of QT, my signature's still only 8.
Yeah. When you pop out of QT, you suddenly vanish.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, there was a crazy NPC at Grimhex just firing a grenade launcher at people the other day. He shot me once, got me down to 45% health, but he didn't seem to be able to go around the corner to the Aesops, so for whatever reason. But you could just, when you were by the Aesops, you could just hear thump, thump, thump of him grenading everything around him. I don't know what happened there.
I've never even seen an NPC with grenade launcher.
Say again, sorry?
I've never even seen an NPC with a grenade launcher.
No, me neither.
They won't spawn with them usually, but if you put one in front of one that doesn't have a gun, it will pick one up.
That's pretty fun.
I should have videoed it, really. I was just trying to get away without getting blown up.
Yeah, so someone's dragged an unconscious NPC into a armistice zone, didn't they? Yeah, I guess.
I would imagine so.
So if you go to like a hostile location and find an NPC without a gun and put a scourge railgun in front of them.
Oh god. Just don't do it with the Animus missile launcher.
I just love to give someone who's like pot-shotting NPCs from above in their fighter a nasty surprise. Scourge railgun comes their way.
Grimhex, here we come. This one's less a hidden thing and more just a back way in and out of Grimhex that no one seems to remember most of the time. And it can be quite useful when the main elevators to get into and out of the Aesop area decide to break. Wow, that ship's having a bad day.
Shield system active.
A really bad day.
Contact.
Oh, we have A hostile Mustang. What?
Yeah, we do have a hostile something. It is a Mustang. Why do I get the feeling that that Mustang is not actually hostile, it's just red?
I don't know.
Getting a lot of that recently.
Given the fact that it's a Mustang?
Oh, he's gone.
Alright, so that's the pads. The hangers, I should say. A long time since I've gone to this from the outside.
Ooh.
It's a little tight in here, be careful.
That was a Herc that just skimmed you then.
Yep.
A C2.
Jesus.
I didn't see him appear either. I know not from whence he came.
Here we are.
Quite a small pad.
It's a little small. We're not going to be actually parking on it. I'm just trying to get lined up. We're nice and tucked in
I
here.
had no idea.
Here we go. We'll go out the airlock this time, Mighty.
Yeah.
Oh, just got a contact. It's a Polaris.
It's a Polaris.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they don't take interest in a seemingly abandoned 400i. That's too far.
He's...
Set up. There we go.
Oh, very nice.
Go ahead and park up, Johnny.
Okay. I don't know if I've got room.
Just get sort of kind of close-ish and EVA over, generally.
Okay.
There's no actual landing pad down here.
Whee!
Hello.
Hello!
Welcome to the
Here
back way
I
into
come
Grimhex.
in EVA. Thank you. I had no idea. I've struggled to find the front most of the time.
Yeah, the hangars can be a little interesting to find at times. Still go up the elevator shaft? No, it's blocked. Darn. Gotta go up the normal way. Right through the middle.
That's fun.
And we end up here. Is the top of the elevator. Hold on. I remember. Yeah, there it is. Get in here, and there's like an abandoned hab down in here. Trying to remember now.
I see some nice screenshots appearing in Discord.
No, that's not it. That's just the way back to the central area. somewhere around here, there's a little abandoned cabin. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it sounds it. It's got that sort of aliens vibe.
Yeah. Oh,
That
up
ship
there.
that she was in for 60 years or whatever.
Yeah. Just back out to the main area again. That door doesn't open. Maybe it was higher up.
Well, let's get higher.
Maybe I'm combining the two, because there's two secret ways into Grimhex. We're in one of them. Well, back up the elevator shaft.
Oh, there's a gap you can get through and go up even higher,
Yeah.
It does say habitation hub.
Oh, there's a door open. Oh, there we go. There's a. Oh no, that's the staircase.
Yeah, this is how you get up to the actual Grimhex, I'm pretty sure.
Hello!
Hello.
Then you go up in here.
That'll be a closed door then.
Ah, see. Habitation.
There. Yeah, that's the airlock.
Nice. Whoa!
And then we have gravity lumber in here.
Cool.
Yay!
And then when we cycle this,
We're in Grimhex.
we're in Grimhex.
Amazing. So NPC meeting going on here?
With NPCs waiting and judging us.
So whereabouts in Grimhex are we?
Right in the main concourse.
I know my way to Dumpers and that's it.
Then your two central elevators up to the ASOP terminals are right there in the middle.
Yep. And it's up these stairs, and then it's the one with the arrow above it is Dumpers.
Yep.
Which is the only thing I know.
But that's why this exit is important, because those two central elevators like to break.
Oh, I see. It's another way out.
So you can use, if those break, you use this exit to get outside, and then you can EVA around to the pads and get back inside again to where the ASOP terminals are.
I gotta go grab my feet in real life. So you carry on without me, and I'll catch up.
Okay.
Okay.
And hello, I am back.
Welcome back, Belth. I will send you another invite.
I'm just loading in to see if
Okay.
my cutlass is still safely where I put it, or whether it's blowed up on the asteroid. Or...
We're going to go back out. Oh yeah, this is also the admin area. It also has Rudo. Hello, Riken.
I'll stand next to him. I'll get a picture of you.
Rudo here. I don't know if he'll talk to us.
Where's my camera? So?
This terminal is experiencing technical difficulties. We apologize for any inconvenience.
Oh, Rudo. Oh, and then he goes away again.
I got you just as he just before he went, so I got it.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Apo.
Rudo is the or was the unlawful actual NPC quest giver.
Oh, okay.
Similar to Clovis Darnley and Mr. Hurston on Hurston, and Twitch over on Area 18. Clovis was, or not Clovis, but that guy was the one you'd get unlawful missions from.
Right.
You had a whole quest chain of them.
Dune.
On we go.
Can you send the party invite again? That's me in game.
Alright, now you're in game. I will send you a party invite.
Are you in the right place, though?
I am in the right place.
Awesome.
Excellent. Round we go. Let me out. Here we go. It's directly underneath the pads is where to get to this. So like if we were stuck and we needed to EVA out and go around to get our ships, we basically just EVA up past where your saber is and keep going up around the side of the rock, and you get to the pads.
Right. That's extremely useful to know, especially with those elevators breaking.
Yeah, they haven't.
And this not requiring
Knocking on wood, they haven't broken in a while. But yeah, when they do break, which does happen, and you can tell they're broken because there will be a sea of corpses inside of that elevator. That is the way out and around. Get to the pads and claim your ship, and then leave.
Okay, there's nothing red showing up on radar.
We're visiting the hidden places of Starset today, Weekend, just kind of doing some exploring.
We've done the Aaron Halo. What was it you did before? Area 18?
Aaron Halo, the Area 18 North Tower, the crashed asteroid on Hurston. Then we went over to Babbage and found Moorland Hills and failed to find Frostbite. These pads are chock full as usual.
Just to say, Dendra, you can't actually land on this asteroid. There's no gravity here, though there's gravity pads at
Yeah. I've been here before, yeah. I'm just getting sort of close
Right,
and out of the
thank
way,
you.
yeah. Like, yeah, just floating a little bit and the EVA over. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I just saw you loading the landing gear, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was
You
just
were
using
about
it.
to attempt.
I was using it as a speed limiter, don't worry. Bad practice, I know. I should just control me speed, but hey.
Right. Now the other thing
Whatever works.
I always fail to find here at Grimhex is racetrack pass-by spot. That should be here? Yes, there it is. So there is a racetrack that goes around Grimhex, different from the Miner's Lament one that's like 100 kilometers away. And in there, yeah, right, this thing has a long-ass nose. That's actually inside Grimhex right there. And you can stand in there and watch the ships go past. Not that anyone actually does this racetrack, but still. And there was supposed to be like betting and stuff on it. But then it never actually happened. There's a bar in here as well.
Nice.
But the racetrack was supposed to go kind of through these bars. And then out and around. And there's a spot somewhere near here where it like goes through the asteroid. But it's all closed up right now. But that's the racetrack window. And on busy days in Grimhex, you absolutely can stand there and watch people screw each other up. Fighting out here.
Someone called Chino.
Now let us head for Bennyhenge. 250 kilometers into that way direction, but I should be able to quantum travel to Valve.
Yes, this is a good point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, won't be searching for won't be searching for hours for this one.
Oh, this one I have a marker, thank God. The oldest of the Easter eggs in the game. Pretty sure Bennyhenge outdates most of the system at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this was here during 2.9.
Yeah, hell, this was here in the very early 2.0 days.
There's some seats up here floating in the above.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah. I hadn't mentioned that until.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry, I spoiled the surprise.
I didn't do it, but somebody else had obviously been here who did.
Hello.
There you go. Benny Henge. Just park right up here. We're down a little just so we don't spoil the view. That'll work.
I have never been here before.
Being here at Benny Henge is something that honestly I don't think a lot of current Star Citizens can say they've done.
That's one of the first places I got to, and I only been playing for about a year myself. So once you hear about places like this, you got to find it.
Yeah,
I mean,
once you
different
hear
things for
about it,
different folks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a surprising
And
number
even
of people
less
that
folk know the
just
lore about what it is.
Big Benny Henge. Is there still the stealable Benny machine in the middle, or someone's probably stolen it, haven't they?
I don't think you can. There used to be a basketball you could get here as well, but I don't know if that's one thing that people grab quick every refresh patch.
Poor guy. Still hurts every time.
Used to be able to loot that helmet, but you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. He's been looted for his armor.
But it's just standard armor, so
Yeah.
sad. Oh, is that?
No, you still can. I am about to die, though.
Oh, sneak.
I'm about to die, though.
Nope, I'm dead.
Damn it.
But it's on my corpse, so you should be able to loot it properly now. Actually, no, I should still have it on me. Because I was still wearing it.
Yeah.
Well, I was wearing it at the time, so... Oh, look, I'm going
Oh, okay, cool.
When your entire body despawned, so...
As long as it saved in time.
Yeah, it's not a breathable helmet, so... Even though I got it on...
I mean, that's why the guy died, is the
Yes.
big massive crack in the helmet.
Yeah, the big hole in the helmet is why he died. Also being crushed by a Benny machine.
Well, I don't know how true it is, but I remember hearing that in peacetime, this guy who died at Benny Henge, that's the most that was one of the most common causes of death amongst U.S. military personnel.
Was crushed by Big Bennies?
Well, a vending machine, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
More Americans die every year from being crushed by vending machines and getting killed by sharks, apparently.
I can believe it.
But the Venture faceplate olive... Actually, I got the bug, too, because all my shit's still here.
Nice.
Yay!
It is still there. It has absolutely no indication with the icon or anything like that. It just shows the box. But
Yeah.
it is the broken one.
If I remember correctly, the home sort of Big Benny's, there was multiple sort of notes you could find along the way that told you the backstory till you eventually found here.
Mhm.
I think it was one of them at the Cryastro, not Cryastro, the dead base around. But yeah, it was supposed to be a protest against corporate. The dead guy was an artist doing a protest against corporate nonsense, hence all the Big Benny machines.
He was basically
Assembled.
Banksy, yeah.
Yeah.
Bells found it
but
fairly fast. But then he sat there for like 2 hours while we were doing other shit.
Yeah. I have. There's a guide that I've used a couple of times to get here that's quite good. If people doesn't mind, I'll put it on the Discord, the link
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
the video.
Welcome to the
And
ASOP
it took
vehicle
me maybe
retrieval system.
10 minutes or so from Yella to here.
Old school, fly the Mark 1 Super Hornet out here.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been
Yeah, we found Benny's. Or rather, we found Balth, who had already found Benny's. And I did in fact loot the broken helmet, but the broken helmet is also broken and therefore not a helmet, so I suffocated to death in the process of trying to get my inventory to load to put the regular helmet back on again.
It's just nice to fly around as well in the EVA and have a look.
Mm.
With the new EVA system. There we go. Johnny's found the seat.
You're like Thanos in a floating chair.
Now you just need the Thanos copter.
All systems. Takeoff complete.
Ah, the Mark I Hornet.
Raised. Shields offline.
It's going to south again. Not that I think it really matters, because you're all there.
We are indeed.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now
Also noticed the Big Benny's asteroid
I
is
put
a
that in-
slightly
I
different
put that
color.
in Max, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah.
shields online.
I'm sure he won't mind.
Probably won't. I don't like posting links to other people's stuff without asking.
No,
Yeah.
I normally am careful about
It's
that, but because
generally-
APOC and Mac are such good mates and stuff,
Yeah.
they're probably not so concerned.
There we go. Any
Righty's
hand.
here.
This time I'm going to keep my helmet on.
This is probably wise. Come and sit in the other Thanos chair.
We have two Thanos chairs. Okay, hold on. Do it without knocking the Thanos chair away.
You can pretty much. It's
Here we go. Coordinates from display info. We have direction 213130. Zone Stanton 2C Yela. Negative 626, positive 135, and negative 1,808 meters. Which, of course, is moving rapidly throughout actual Stanton.
Okay, I've got several screenshots now. You'll be shocked to hear.
Many screenshots.
you taking screenshots?
No, I've not. I've just started today.
Oh, damn it. Damn you, Discord overlay ruining my screenshot. Damn it.
I have now posted a screenshot in-game screenshots of me with display info open here. You want this? Can you see my cursor? No, you cannot see my cursor.
No.
Okay, you want the second line. See if I can get zoomed in shot of it. I'm just gonna put it in general chat for right now. That line, that stays the same. The one for zone Stanton 2C Yela, because we're stationary within Yela's object container. It's just that Yela's object container is moving through the Stanton zone. So this second two lines of solar system and then the root zone are constantly moving because Yela itself is moving and dragging us with it.
Yeah, the entire sort of belt rotates with yellow.
Yeah.
Might not
Yes,
be the
there
most
is a
accurate.
stealable vending machine at Big Benny's, but someone's already stolen it. At least on this shard. Normally, there would be a single Big Benny's sitting right there in the middle. That's the same type as these orange ones around the edges, and it's tractor beamable. But usually, the first person to come to Big Benny's takes it and never brings it back.
Can you like server hop and
bonk.
And the star just went behind an asteroid, so it all got kind of dark.
It did. That's what always scares me. You know when we're looting in the belt around the other?
Yeah.
And then you get a massive shadow just comes over you. You think, oh, what is parked above us? Or like, it really is a bit of a heart in throat, especially if you found something amazing.
Yeah, you can get
for
Benny and
example,
Pips from
200
Kovalex. We
odds.
should go to Kovalex, actually. It's not really a hidden location, but like since the mission broke, no one has any reasons to go there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh God! What you doing to me, Mighty? Oh, Step Mighty, what you doing?
I'm jawsing you. I was like,
Yeah, Kovalex, like, you might get a Benny's machine there if you're lucky, but it's been a while since the last server maintenance, hasn't it? So.
It has been a while. Right
You can
after a
maybe
server
get-
maintenance, if you go to Kovalex, you'll almost certainly be able to get one.
But you know, you
been a
might get
while.
a bottle of Radagast.
We might.
Always grab that.
Let's go have a look. This poor guy stole his helmet.
How will he breathe now?
Yeah. Without the helmet that totally was completely airtight and didn't involve me dying to the same thing. Yes, the guy that was under that crushed Benny's has a broken version of the olive. Is it Discovery helmet? Odyssey helmet? Venture helmet. There it is.
Yeah, he tends to venture. Excuse me.
And it's got a
venture
big old
to,
hole
like-
in it.
Also, if folk are still here, like, it's one of the funny things is, like, flying past the asteroids at close range in FPS is a very trippy experience.
Oh, because the texture moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a regular Venture helmet olive, except it's got a big old hole in it. And shards and stuff. And for quite a while it was actually broken, so if you looted it, it was just the helmet, or you couldn't get it off him at all. Right after they did the new looting system, it was next to impossible to get the helmet off of him. But it seems to be working now, which is nice.
You know what that is in screenshots?
No, I don't know what that is. Interesting. We'll go see if there's one there.
Ooh.
I should also put the actual helmet back on before I forget.
Yeah.
And we'll go back upstairs and put the broken helmet in my locker so that I can then immediately forget about it. One of you will probably need to remind me when we get back to Area 18 at the end of all this.
Or you'll have more surprise loot.
Or I'll
Just carry
forget about
that
it.
helmet
and-
with you for the next time Mac forgets a helmet and tell him, hey, I've got
Oh,
one for
God.
you.
Oh, God, no. Don't want to do that to Mac. I'll just show up with that helmet when we're on the, like, off-grid things.
There is a ship here. It's an arrow. But it's not. No one in it, and it's not showing as red, so we should be fine. Do you know what Mac's doing tomorrow? Did he say?
Probably more of the off-grid stuff, I think.
Cool.
Do love the old off-grid stuff.
It's good stuff.
So, once they bring in atmospheric flight, if you fly too close to this thing, you technically be briefly in atmospheric flight. There's gravity on this thing, isn't there?
Yes, but there isn't an atmosphere.
Oh. For a split second, I thought it had NDBs, but no.
Will the game know that?
Yes, the game knows. The atmospheric stuff is already sort of kind of in with the wind and things. You can have gravity like on pads without having atmosphere.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Shield system inactive. Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated.
I do love a good Crusader rise around the side of Yela. So good.
Yeah, definitely feeling I'm going to be using Horace as a home location next patch.
Yeah, I think I might as well.
Not too easy to handle it.
Although at the same time, for 411, I might end up at Area 18 to start anyway, just so that I could be right there with the Invictus stuff.
That's true.
I go back and forth with Invictus and Expo whether I want to be based in the place where they are or based far, far away, so I can just go there and not have to deal with it with my home location.
Yeah.
I do have some good news for you though, Apoc. I'm probably going to be off work all during Invictus, so I can follow you around and irritate you
Oh,
again.
good!
Hey!
We can have more instances of Bal scares the absolute crap out of Apoc by showing up in places he doesn't expect. Like suddenly turning up in the back of my elevators.
That's also in a clip.
It is. That's also in a clip on YouTube, yeah.
Shield system active.
Ah,
Oh, I
Kovalex.
appear to be stuck.
What a location this place is.
The memories.
I know, right?
Yeah, I just can't move now.
One of the first missions to ever be put in the game.
Wow.
What do we
This
have
one
here?
and Tessa Bannister's ICC exploration missions.
Yeah.
Were the very first missions to be put into the persistent universe back in 2.0.
Oh, I can't track to this, but it's a anchor point. It's a funny. I think
Are
it's
you
like
free?
what Furka put in the.
Johnny looks freed.
No, I'm just gonna try and track to my own ship.
Oh, it's the ship that's stuck.
Yeah. I don't understand why though, because it's like it's fully above the ground.
Oh, you have a case of the magnetic landing pad.
Apparently so.
Yeah, I can't even lock on your ship with this tractor.
Yeah, I mean.
Not even a massive.
Or the shields aren't on, right?
Hang on.
Because the tractor won't work if the shields are on.
This is a good point.
Didn't I have a... Oh, I probably forgot to bring the max lift. Oh well.
I have a max lift in my cutlass if we need it.
Yeah, I've got one on me. Yeah, I'm inside.
There you go. There you go.
Amazing.
Yeah, just don't put it on the pad. Just put it up next to my 400 or something.
Yeah, as long as it's off the ground, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
It's drifting,
Just-
so you might want to go in and stabilize it.
Let me just grab switch guns again. I just get paranoid about my P6 because I always keep a max lift in my backpack and switch it over for the P6. But I just don't want to die without the P6 on me because then I lose it.
Yeah, because with the multi-tool tractor, I'm not able to stabilize its position.
No, I'm all good. I'm in it now. Thank you very much. Engines.
Your ship doesn't look powered on at all.
There we go.
Hey, all Furk.
Is there anyone behind me? I don't want to.
Nope, no one behind you.
behind, no.
Excellent. I've
Yeah,
never
it's-
had that happen before.
Put it right there. A lot of the landing pads that aren't actually landing pads in the game have really sticky surfaces for some reason.
Oh, this looks that 400 does look really nice in Meridian.
It does, yeah. The original Meridian is that one right there.
Because there's one for the 600 as well, and it's not actually called Meridian. It's called like
No.
something silver, but it's
Crucible
so
is still concept, yes, Jack.
Oh yes, yeah, damage. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yes, I had a little bit of a disaster on the way back. I went via her L5 to get a different quantum drive for it because it's really slow, and I might have. There's a possibility I might have clipped the engine trying to do a fancy landing and took the engine off.
No.
And because it's a Mustang, it started spinning at 360 degrees at about 1,000 RPM or something.
Yep.
So I managed to EVA out, get into the station, get another Mustang, go out, use that to stabilize the original Mustang, transfer the stuff from the locker on that one into the new one, and then fly home. But it added about 15 minutes to it.
Yeah.
Got there in the end. He got me a railgun and a volt gun, he did.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, he's a
Ah, you have the thingy for. Very strange thingy you've got there.
It looks like it's supposed to slot into something, though, doesn't it? It looks like
It kind of does. Where on earth did that just go?
You know, like in
Oh,
a
there it
server
is.
where you have the hard drives and you slot them in and they've got a little handle on the front. It looks like that, so you can quickly hot swap it.
Yeah. Oh, it's like not even physically there for me anymore. Some kind of data pad, yeah.
Trying to remember where the code is to get into this room. It's further on, I think, from memory.
I do remember the elevator shafts.
Yep.
If
Slightly
this arrow
further in,
guy.
you get a. I'm sure you get a code for Pod 6, or do you need the mission for that?
I was just
Oh,
gonna
the
say,
screen
if this arrow
interaction's
guy comes
broken.
out, there's suddenly 5 ships parked around this ship. If he's still here.
If he's still here, we stand a good chance of running into him.
That's what I mean. If he manages to avoid you and comes out, he thinks he's alone, and
Yeah.
there's like 2 400 eyes, a guardian, a saber, medipin, and a cutlass all parked outside.
Let's face it, this is the most amount of ships that have been outside that this stage.
In years. Good evening, Barmy. Yeah, EVAing through here with the old system was pain.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about that.
And then, God forbid you got into a fight in here with the old system.
See, that's one of the things about this game that's difficult. Is it seems in sometimes like it's not coming on very fast, and it's only when you look at an older video you suddenly realise how much
Oh,
has
aye.
changed because it's all
Oh,
gradual.
yeah.
That
Right, now
is
I've-
one
I'm
of the
going in
issues I
circles.
think with a lot of folk who don't think that there's much going on in the game is
You've also...
it's just so
There's a lot of people that have started the game like since 322, 323 that are all like, well, the game hasn't really come that far. I'm like, you do not understand.
One day we just had a hangar we could walk around. When I were a lad,
I used to sit down in my Aurora and there were little green and yellow bars on the MFD that meant absolutely nothing, and I made pew pew noises to myself, and that was all we could do.
We used to drive our grey cat round the hangar, and then round the hangar, and then round the hangar.
The Freelancer used to have struts in its window. There's an oldie for you.
Did it? I had a Freelancer ages ago.
The way to get into the Freelancer used to be climbing up a set of stairs in the front landing gear.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I got door codes.
6682 for hangar 6, but I don't know how you actually pump them in now.
And that's just retrieve data. Is that a burrito I just went past? No, it's a can of fizz. Okay, cool. I don't know how much of this is going to work anymore.
There used to be a log.
Didn't this laptop used to be open and you could play files off of it?
In the first room, the one you went past, this one here.
Was there a different...
I've already played it.
Ah, yes. One open laptop. Cool.
That's one with the party.
Thanks a million for the Moby mod. It is incredible. Sorry for the noise. The crew surprised me with a shindig.
Damn right we did. Hey, Anya!
Holy shit, is that a bottle of Esquire?
Damn right.
How did you afford this?
Let's talk.
Where are we going next? Because I'm feeling I need to refuel moment coming on. Not that I'm rushing you guys or anything, but while you're doing that, I can go refuel up.
There we go.
Frostbite, take 2.
Hey, look, I'll get back to it, but let me know how your dissertation's going. Anyway, I love you and I miss you. Thank you again for the present. Bye, babe.
There was a whole story in there. Parties and blame being passed in an explosion.
There's a little gift inside for the captain of the 400i.
Oh dear.
Inside the main ramp. Don't worry, nothing dodgy. But obviously the ramp doesn't work so. Ramp doesn't work so well in.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah, if you can get in at a good speed. There we go. If you can turn it around and look at the label on the back.
I don't know if it's actually going to let me pick it up.
You can't. You can only track to it. You can't physically pick it up for some reason.
For that, I'm going to need my tractor beam back. Well, we shall go and put this on a table somewhere.
Yep. And they got the really low res picture of Chris Roberts on the back.
Oh yes, in the good lighting. There we go. Hey. Come on, stand up. Okay.
Does he do a presentation at ILW as well? I can't remember.
Really little resolution picture of Chris Roberts. Presentation? You mean like the sitcom ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just sitcom.
Right.
Invictus and Aerospace Expo are mostly in-game events with a big sale on the website.
Yeah, you might get a video too associated with it, from what I noticed, and that's it.
Generally, the most you'll see at a CR during Invictus is if they do like an Inside Starsit sort of super segment. He might show up and do a Q&A, maybe. Bottle of Radagast, which is supposed to be like murderously expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bottle's inside Kovalex. The bottle is actually one of the pieces of evidence, technically. In the party room, I think, is where it spawns, right? In the mess hall?
Yeah. Same area where you get one of the Benny's machines.
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not mistaken.
Which were conspicuously absent.
Mm-hmm. There's someone with a hangar with 500 bloody Benny's machines in it.
Well, Deacon's is in the light and everything. If anyone wants to come and refuel here, anyone who's getting low.
That does sound like a plan. Well, actually, I should probably refuel here on Damar.
Yeah, I just didn't know if CD was in the light. But there's another one on Damar. There's an Arc Corp mining area as well as there on opposite sides.
Mm-hmm. Nine Tails, Eager Flats. SCD-1 looks like it's probably in daylight, so I'll go refuel there.
That's where I met that nice man who had that caterpillar. Oh no, it was a Carrack. And he had every bay set up as a different type of office or chill out. So
Oh, yeah.
put pictures in Discord.
Fantastic.
The party Carrack. Oh, sorry, Caterpillar.
It was just like I'd never seen anyone put so much effort into their ship before, and I just found him randomly. I was flying about and parked up next to him, and he was like, "Yeah, come in, have a look."
We've got a mostly dead Polaris down there. A Starfarer, okay. And a Connie.
Not completely dead, just mostly dead.
Just mostly dead.
Shield system active.
Hey, I might actually get my second gun back. I just realized.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? What does that have weapons-wise?
2 size 4s on the nose.
And
And
no
then
turrets or anything.
2 turrets of 2 size 3s each.
Oh, that's quite nice.
Yeah, you can see both of them on the back there. Appropriately styled with NDB 30s.
Of course. Oh yeah, that suits it perfectly.
Display info off again.
Is the Cry Astro Station still about?
No. No, those are long gone, unfortunately. I used to love those things.
And they're feeling like it's probably about 2 years ago. I had stumbled across it. It was still in it. You couldn't use it for refueling, but it was still there. I'm guessing they've taken it out.
Of course, Levski coming back. After my long stint of not playing, they brought that in.
CD1, why are you not letting me refuel?
Oh yeah, the pad. I think it's the big one that works most of the time.
Well, the big one's what I was just on.
Yeah, it's weird that it isn't. Because I always go to the small one because I'm a small ship normally, and I think, oh, I'll be considerate and not take up the big pad, and then the small one doesn't work. But it seems it's the other way around. No? Try the big one again, just land on it.
Nada.
Let me try the big one.
I mean, luckily I'm not actually that low on fuel, but would be nice to get the second gun back.
Let me just see if it works for me, if it's a U thing or if it's a pad thing.
Would be.
I'm so used to large ships, I almost crashed my medipin into the ground.
Well, that's why you look so low down. Okay.
Ooh, no, this abandoned Hornet, it's a Mark 1. It's got a turret.
No, it doesn't work for me either.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if anyone's got a Mark 1, then they want a Mark 1 turret.
That's a pain.
It's a Nurser and a Geo!
Deakins does definitely work though, because I just used it.
Anyone want to borrow a Geo?
I'm going to squeeze Guardian.
We ain't got no room, yeah.
Yeah, and, I think APOC's the only one who's got a ship that's got the room in it now.
Yeah.
You can fit a pulse in the Guardian class.
The last time I tried stealing a geode, it just wouldn't mine anything.
Ooh, this Pooh's had a bad time.
Yeah, that Polaris was not a very happy Polaris. I remember that.
Yeah, it looks pretty default as well with the guns. Got the nice skin on it. But...
I'm going to spit around to Whistler's Crypt and then sit there while I try and figure out how the hell to find the Javelin wreck again.
Right, you are.
Where's the garden?
There's another Geo inside the Polaris. Wow.
I must have been mining with it.
Yeah.
Probably blew up one too many rocks near its engines.
Yeah, that was crazy in the PTU where like one rock explosion would kill about 500 meters square.
Yeah.
Of course, Becky found it. She went in first. Like all of her team went in behind it, and then everyone died.
Boom.
She was like, "What?" So we're going to the garden, are we?
Yes. We go to the garden, and then we travel from the garden to Ninetails XVI something.
Quantum drive deactivated.
Nope, that one's on yellow. XV. That's on Selin. XVI. That was right the first time. Cool.
Typical exact bloody horny, but it's obviously in the bloody armistice zone with NDBs.
It is, yeah. Alright, so the Ninetails 999 XVI is where we're going next. And at about 150 kilometers, we're going to drop out. Or is it 150? We'll call it 150. It should be visible from 150.
Well, I'll let you jump there, and then I'll jump to you. Because I ain't got a clue.
400, 300. 2, 1, there. Right. Now I am here.
Is it in the light, Caroline? It is.
Now I look for the fishy. There's the fishy. Okay, and then we look for where the fin would be on the fishy.
You shall have a fishy on a little dishy. You shall have a fishy when the boat comes in.
It helps when
I'm
it's
glad
not.
I'm not the only person who was thinking that. So.
Too far forward on our dear fishy friend.
Whoa! What the heck was that?
I think it's there. Look for the fishy.
I'm glad you know what you're talking about, Abe.
And then there.
Where did you get that from? Like, when did you get the impression he knows what he's talking about?
I'm making a big assumption. Either that or he's having a stroke.
Man's screaming about fish.
Arch thing. little thing. Okay, when I'm done having a stroke, it'll all make sense.
You know, you can be banned in Twitch for having a stroke on stream.
That would not surprise me.
Is that a bit like how when you got your car on fire in the middle of a tunnel, you got to carry on driving to get out of the tunnel? Oh, it's a crime. But probably other problems actually with cars on fire in the middle of the tunnel.
It's not ideal.
Hmm.
It doesn't help that we're like just on the edge of sunset right now. Where's the sunrise? Nope, that's definitely sunset.
Damn it.
So like all of
Never
the
the one you wanted
formations
to be.
I'm normally looking for are like half in shadow. Like that.
Shield system active.
This lighting, it's gonna be. Oh, did I find it? Maybe. Either I found it or I found some rocks. No, I found some rocks.
Damn it. I was going to say rocks are probably not too difficult to find in this.
It's close to here. I know that much. Because behind us is the fishy of sand.
So, anyone know the quick fix for when you can lock on to anything beyond the local system? I literally can't lock on to travel anywhere other than around Crusader.
Jump to a
I
different
find-
base. Jump to like a different planet, and then it'll be
Yeah.
alright.
Yeah.
I've been
but it
going
won't.
around about all the
But it
time.
won't give him quantity. It won't give him QT markers. I've had it. Fly away from Crusader for a bit. That's what I found. Because there's something funny with the Q2 markers and naving with because they got the extra DGS there for Daymar.
Yeah.
Throws things out a bit, I think.
I found, you know, like when they had that weird thing where you'd go to quantum and it'd quantum you into the star. That happened everywhere, and then after a while, it only happened in a particular jump within that system. Like you jump from somewhere to Daymar, and it would send you out there. So I think you're right on that.
Yeah.
Jumping yellow, that was the last place I was when I could quantum.
Normally, going to an OM fixes it for me.
Yeah, no, the OMs weren't. Nope.
Can you jump to one of us?
Yeah, though you're all within the same sequence of planets that I can actually jump to.
Yeah, but it might reset once you get here, is what I mean. You never know.
Yeah, just travelling from your location should help at least. Getting away
Yeah,
from where
I've
you
jumped
are.
around all 3 moons, the main planet. I can set a marker on you guys, which is more than I can do for anything else.
Shall I try and jump out of this little part of the system? Dude, you can jump to me and that'll fix it.
This sounds like a plan.
Where are you, sorry?
I'm in the same place, but I can jump somewhere else so you can follow me. See if that works. Like,
It seems to have helped a little bit, Darkstar.
Yeah, I actually had just jumped to you, Dendra. Yep, nope, I can only jump to places here still.
Alright, If I jump to like ambitious dream station or something, maybe if I jump there and you follow me there.
Okay.
Yep, I'll try that. My next one was going to be I was going to bedlog.
Yeah.
Which
well, that's fine, so that's a bit longer in it.
Les, that OM5 thing, that was for the Javelin, yeah? Gonna try chasing the Javelin first, and then we'll come back for Whistler's Crypt when it's actually daytime and I can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, that sounds like a sensible idea. Of course, it goes dark just as we get here.
Because my way of doing Whistler's Crypt is very visual, and I just couldn't see what I was doing.
Same with bunkers. I think we did 5 or 6 last night, and I think 1 was in the light.
That does tend to be how it goes.
Oh, I'm getting a jump to Hurston that's opening up, so I'm going to take that.
Fantastic.
He's free!
Well.
Fly, Balfour, fly!
Sometimes dreams do come true. No?
And there we go.
Reminded me of that Gabrielle song.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Beautiful, right?
Okay, so what I'm seeing online says OM3. Where's OM3? Please let it not be in the nighttime. Oh boy.
It's it right in the middle of the night.
A big dark planet. Alright, let's find the dinosaur head. There's the dinosaur head. Find the back of the dinosaur head. And there's a donut.
I'm increasingly maintaining that he's having a stroke.
Dinosaurs and fish and donuts.
Please tell me that is actually the dinosaur head. Just doing a spin to make sure there aren't any other dinosaur heads around here.
And then you slap the dinosaur head with the fish. And,
and the crypt shall open.
We're gonna go in a this way direction and find out if there's a javelin there.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, it looks more like a dinosaur head in the daytime than it does in the nighttime. This is my problem. Honestly, I think the worst part, Darkstar, isn't the inside of the bridge. It's that light right there on the nose of the ship that's just, like, right in your face. And it makes everything else darker.
Quite a trail you've got behind you there.
Am I leaving a good engine trail?
Yeah, I'm screenshotting it. You'll be shocked and amazed and confounded and bemused to hear. That's me in the distance behind you there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Origin ships tend to leave good ones because they got quite wide thrusters.
Although I am catching up to you.
I'm doing 1150 right now.
1234. The SCM speed on this is dreadful, but the nav speed is good.
Yep.
It's one thing that it wouldn't hurt is a little bit more SCM speed.
Luckily, we are pretty much directly in the middle of the night right now, so, you know, it'll be another 20-30 minutes before we have daylight again.
I'm just going to do something incredibly embarrassing if I fail and try and see if I can find Frostbite and act as a marker again.
I mean, if you can, we will loop back around and get it. I still want to end the stream at the PTV track because that's just such a great place to end. Also, because if I go to the PTV track before the end of the stream, I will then spend the rest of the stream at the PTV track anyway.
He couldn't tear himself away last time.
Yeah, I was about to say, did I know, like, your last stream I flicked on briefly to look at it, I was still out and about and you were at the PTV track?
Yes. Ferg told me the PTV track works again, so guess where we are. Good times ahead. I love that place. Right, so...
In fact, I think the exact moment I logged on was to see you trying to do the jump and failing.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I can't do it because of my FPS for some reason. Not my first-person shooter skills, but my frames per second. There's some weird thing where if you haven't got the right or locked or something FPS, you don't do the jump.
Yeah. Alright. Somewhere around here are the bones of a crashed javelin. Right there. I got it.
Oh, well done.
He's found it.
Oh, we found it. See, y'all thought I was crazy with my dinosaur heads, but... Gonna be less flat than I was hoping for. I'm just realizing that's a uniquely terrible place to try and park the 400i because its entrance is in the middle.
Because you almost switched out camera mode there. I was at 1,000 feet, heading towards the ground at 1,200.
Careful there.
Smaller than I thought it would be.
There we go. And yes, there is an emergency mode lighting. It is there. I genuinely don't know if that's better or worse.
I love the Guardian, but sometimes it lands like you haven't put the landing gear down.
Yes.
Very disconcerting.
That's too far. Here we are. One wreck of an Aegis Javelin. You'll recognize this bridge. Oh, Jesus, gravity. I forgot Neymar has very little of it. This is the bridge from the Squadron 42 prologue. And this is the escape hatch you go through, although it has been remodeled since then. This is the old round escape pod hatch versus the more hexagonal one from the newer Javelin. And there were Vondul coming up those stairs. And a big old kingship out the window instead of a 400i.
And they dared to hurt Gillian Anderson, damn it.
They did.
Yeah.
All Vondul must die. They hurt Gillian Anderson. There's another scale thing for you on this game. It's just like, this is a ship. Players can own this ship and fly it around.
I want to own it so badly. It's so expensive though, but it's still. I told you my friend he's got this game and he's got one ship, and the ship he's got is this ship.
So
Yep.
insane. Oh.
Is it 2,000 or something? Or
3,000, I think.
3,000?
Free if you want to straight buy it, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's Warbond.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit too much ship for me. I don't want to own it. Oh, I'd definitely be in it a lot, but owning it.
Imagine if it came with 6 months insurance.
Well,
Fortunately, these ones always come with LTI.
weeping.
There's no loot here. Damage. There's not really much anything here. It's just a javelin. There's occasionally, like, I've seen players bring loot boxes here and leave them as like little presents to the next person that finds it, but I don't think there's anything that spawns here.
Well, that's a nice thing to do. Like when you move house and you leave a little thing.
Yeah, it's just a javelin, just a 600-meter long wreck of an absolutely gargantuan ship.
Even this back bit is enormous.
Yeah, like who's up there?
I think I
Mighty,
could fly
if
a
you go
fighter
stand at the front by those front forks,
yeah,
I'm gonna go stand by the engine compartment here at the back. It is slightly longer than the actual javelin is because it's in several pieces and there are gaps between those pieces.
It looks like
But-
someone's made a key out of wreckage. It's like you almost got to writing help, then you got rescued before you did.
Almost.
On the way.
Somebody made a Pico Ball Wilson at some point. You know they did.
I've never seen a Pico ball yet. I only found out about them because of Wicklow.
Exceptionally rare.
Right, I'm at
Evidently.
the very tip now.
Yeah, so if I stand underneath this tail engine, right there, 565 meters away. That is one ship.
Insane.
Oh man, I can't wait. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Invictus will happen. And we're gonna go play with the javelin. I'll see if we can still steal them. Because the
What was it like inside? Have they got an?
oh no,
any internal
inside the javelin. Okay, so there's the javelin tour, which is the one javelin that does the rounds during Invictus and docks up at each of the stations and Orison. And that has a mess hall, one corridor, and then the turret entry area, like where you in the prologue you go up into those turrets from that hallway.
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty much all that's there, because everything else is blocked off and has some very scary looking UE Marines standing in front of the doors. And then the one you can steal, which isn't the same one, it's one of the other javelins in the fleet, is completely hollow on the inside, except for here in the bridge. There's no floor, but there is a pilot's chair right here.
Oh, so you can fly it still?
Yeah. You can steal it and sit in the pilot's chair and sit right here. There's absolutely none of this stuff is there at all. It's just the strut for the bridge.
I'm thinking
But
what the
you
Polaris
could
sounds
steal
like
it
when
and
you
fly
switch
it.
on. What's the javelin like when you switch it on?
The javelin is perfectly silent when you turn it on and off because the engines are so far away you can't hear them.
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes for the sound to get to you.
Yeah. It does sound pretty spectacular when it turns on and off if you're standing outside it, but as far as the pilot's concerned, you hear nothing.
Wow, it's another level of ship.
Yeah, it's also currently capable of flying in atmosphere, which it probably shouldn't be.
No, it's not supposed to at all, is it?
No, it's supposed to be deep space only. The Javelin is very much not for atmospheric flight, but it definitely does right now. And the one you can steal,
thrust-wise.
the one you can steal, as long as you steal it without disabling its turrets, the turrets still work, so you can take it to a bounty and have it absolutely demolish whatever the hell happens to be there. Because
Yeah,
if you're
I think
sitting
we
in the
got-
pilot's chair, anything that's hostile to you is hostile to the entire ship.
Wow. There's not a level of bounties high enough to even begin to trouble it, is
No. I mean, the broadside out of this thing is 6 size 7s. And 6 size 5s.
I mean, considering you're not meant to fly yet, does it even have any weapons?
Oh, it has weapons. It very much has weapons.
Why though?
It has to defend itself. Like, the Javelin you can steal is part of the UEE fleet that flies around for Invictus.
Oh, so like,
So, like, you can attack it. And people have and do. And it needs to be able to defend itself. That's why in the 411 PTU they added the size 12 torpedo. They're giving the Javelin the rest of its teeth.
Oh.
Because in the front of this thing, I don't know
wow.
if you can see them. If we go up
Yeah.
front, I don't know if they're buried or not.
No. What I'm showing.
How much damage do they do?
Millions.
I suppose it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
Wherever it hits, you dead.
Yeah, unless you're a king ship, you're pretty fine.
Unless you're in another Javelin, you are dead.
Yeah. One's exposed still.
The guns on this thing are genuinely... I mean, the torpedoes are insane. There's no other word for it.
I wonder if big torps like that have got a lot of HP as well, so they can get through PDCs easier.
I hope so, because
Or more
otherwise they're going to be useless.
It's
There's the
pretty
torpedo tube.
Can you sit in it, Apop?
I don't know if I can get up into it.
Yeah. Look at the size comparison.
I might need a lift to get into there.
The butthole of doom.
I don't know how to do that in the Guardian, really. I'll give it a go. Maybe I let you sit on the prong.
I don't know if it's just an invisible wall that's on this one.
Probably, honestly. Give it a go.
You look a little sideways there, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you the prong to stand on.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on.
Probably slow it down.
Not quite. Little lower down.
Can't really. There's a floor. Oh, let's try move it like that. Oh, let's try it.
Oh. Okay, yep. All right, and oh yeah, it's just invisible wall.
Yeah, all right.
But if I stand on the prong, I can see into it a little better, even though the textures are a little.
Oh.
Whoa! Careful.
Gotta get consent before you do stuff like that, man.
Oh dear.
Oh, is that all right?
I appear to be slightly stuck.
Oh
no.
No, we're fine. We're fine. He moved. We're good.
Oh.
Good. There. I'm
Well,
on the
I found
prong.
it.
Okay, there we go. One
this-
size
I mean,
12 torpedo tube with some very funky textures on the inside.
It feels really good to use the Guardian as intended, you know?
Yes, this is in fact the intended use of the Mirai Guardian, sitting
What was
at
that
a
file?
like 95-degree angle.
What happens if I fly one of those rattlers at you?
Let me go and stand behind the rattlers. The ship did not like that very much. It's fine. Going to not be standing on the ship anymore.
All right.
Yeah, size 12 torpedo tube right there. And it has two of them. There's just the other one's here, but kind of buried. So it can fire two size 12 torpedoes at once.
I don't think the damage is right in the game because I just found it on Cornerstone, and it says lock time 10 seconds, minimum lock 3 kilometers, maximum 30, but damage is only 500k, well nearly 600k, but still, considering the size 9s are sort of
Yeah,
450k.
the size 10s are 750k, yeah.
It must be a placeholder number for the minute.
Yeah. But no, both
It
the
is, at least
the
on
Javelin and the Bengal, which is the other thing I am dying to show you guys when Invictus rolls around. They both have fully functional weapon loadouts.
Oh.
And that includes the quad size 12 cannon on the bottom of the Bengal.
What the?
It is absolutely fully functional.
That
As,
thing's operational.
Yeah. There's a very low resolution kind of blurry GIF of that firing and absolutely obliterating an A2 from a couple Invictuses past. Bengal turret operational. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I
Yeah,
did
I'm
find
just
it.
looking up.
Excellent. Let's put this on stream. 1 second. Do. From the Bengals turret works now. This is an excerpt from Tarada's stream. Shout out to Tarada. He's awesome. One of the craziest flyers I've ever seen. But he gets a view of this thing absolutely. There's the Bengal in all of its over kilometer long glory. It's in combat. They're fighting it. And he goes underneath. There's the turret. He got a brief glimpse of it turning there, but didn't really notice it. And he comes back along the top. There's the A2. And right as he turns, the Bengal just unloads into the A2, and there it goes. But I love how he comes underneath. He goes underneath the Bengal, and you see it. Hold on, can I slow this thing down? Can I run it in half speed? Is that possible?
He's a mad flyer, Jesus.
He is. He's crazy good. But there it is. There's the turret. Right there. And he doesn't notice it at the time, but it's turning.
The size of that thing, Jesus. Seeing how big that ship is, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, the Bengal is absolutely massive. And then, right there, just bam. 4 size 12s to the nose, and it's just gone. The Bengal does not mess around.
Just absolutely killed it.
Yes, the Bengal's turret works now. I'm scared. And that's from 3 years ago.
Oh.
The official size rating on the Bengal's ship-to-ship turret is fuck you sized.
Well, it's just about a kilometer long. It says 990 meters. So it's 10 meters off.
The Bengal. Can I pull it up on Hangar Link? Is that even possible? And ship Bengal. Yes, I can. Okay. One second. Let's go to Hangar Link. What's a big ship?
Comparison is not a bad. It's not a good idea. You got to make yourself feel inadequate.
Let's go with the Polaris.
Because everyone knows Polaris. Yeah.
Everyone knows the Polaris. She's a chunker. There we go. We'll put the Polaris right there, and we'll zoom out a little bit so the Polaris is nice and plainly visible. We'll actually move the Polaris that way a little bit in preparation for this. There's the Polaris right there. And then we're going to go and we're going to add a Javelin. First off. There's Javelin right there. 1 Javelin. And now, the Bagel Carrier. One Bagel Carrier.
Too great. Oh.
I'm just looking at the armaments on it. It's got, along with that 4 times size 12, it's then got 44 size 8 ballistic cannons.
Yes. 12
size 6 ballistic Gatlings. And then 76 size 7 ballistic cannons. 76, just in case, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bengal Carrier.
How many of those are under pilot control?
Hang on.
None of them, I don't think.
Is the Bengal big enough to carry a Polaris? Is it quite big? Probably not. I mean, it looks a bit.
If you put the Polaris landing gear down, I'm gonna test it at Invictus because this Invictus is gonna be the first one we've been able to put the Polaris and Bengal side by side. But the hangar on the Bengal, like, this is the front of the hangar.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the back of the hangar. It goes right through the middle of the ship.
It's tight, but it doesn't look like it. You know, it could be close. It could be close. Oof.
There's a Polaris on top of that rear entrance right there. I just clicked on the Bengal.
It might just.
Like that's seriously close.
I mean, at least just a tip, you know.
Yeah.
And also, if you put it in landing mode, so it hasn't got the spikes and the engines pointing out and stuff.
Yep. Clicked on the Bengal again.
What is that thing underneath the bridge, the Bengal? Is that a runway as well?
It is a runway, yes. And
So
landing
Polaris-
pads for another set of ships.
Surely the Polaris could fit on there. This is like little humps. And
Oh yeah,
stuff.
you could land a Polaris on that, no problem. Look at that.
We know the external landing pads are
Click on
used
it
for
again.
tonks, as like it is on the Kraken. You put the tonks on there.
You could put the tonks on there, yeah.
I wonder if it'll block the bridge view there. Probably.
Yeah.
The bridge is
I think the
actually
bridge-
really high up. Let me
It is.
find a
If I remember
picture
from the
of
Squadron 42, yeah, it is pretty. It's a good
it back in
10
that
stories
mode
up or
here.
something like that, isn't it?
Nice. Like
If
how
I
you
zoom in
actually
on that.
Look at that. Look at that.
All right. Oh, God, that's fine.
Yeah, you've got a little hangar in there, and a runway out, and your bridge sits on top of that. That's a good like 6 or 7 stories up.
Mhm.
And then your bridge itself is a 5-story multi-level bridge. There's a picture somewhere. Hold on, let me just turn that off again. And I'll try
Bridge
and
is
find
almost
it.
as big as the
design
whole
for the
to
Perseus.
Polaris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bengal carrier.
There's just some guy on the bottom level who just like runs sanitation for the ship or something. He feels really bad about it, but it's like.
Yeah. Well, there's a brilliant. Here we go. The bagel carrier, everyone.
Yay, bagel!
Everything about that ship is just like mind-bogglingly big.
Yeah.
I just love the battleship type bridge though. It's just amazing,
Yes,
isn't it?
the big central battleship bridge.
Cherry on top.
Click through these. There it is at
I was just
Invictus.
saying it's
From
not
what-
dissimilar to Perseus in design with the central
Yeah.
bridge. And...
The 29. That was 2021 Invictus when they first did the Bengal, and it was part of all the promo images. There's the Jav and the ass end of the bagel.
It is a bit like a cleaner, much bigger Kraken.
A little bit. There's the inside of the hangar. I mean, that's a
good.
retaliator down there, just for the record.
That's just Battlestar. Love that.
That is a retaliator on an elevator that goes between the 2 decks of hangar.
Oh, damn it.
I was trying to look for crew, but it just says several thousand.
Yeah.
A whole entire 5-hour, 6-hour, 12-hour gaming session just getting from one end of the damn ship to the other to even do anything.
There's your third-person camera from the Bengal.
Oh, guys, can we
What
go
an
to the
absolute
station?
unit of a ship.
I've got some water. Go to the station, guys.
I mean, it is the sort of military RP wet dream, you know, because you got
Yeah.
all the different things
What's
you could live on
honestly
there for
crazy
days.
is that, like, the original idea was that this thing would be just derelict somewhere out in the verse, and an organization could go and find it and put it back together again, and then hold it. And then, like, holding the Bengal would be, like, one of the endgame activities for orgs, because you couldn't despawn it. You couldn't go store it somewhere. It's too big. So it would just be out in the verse, and you would need one of those, like, classic, like, you know, survival game rotating shifts of people to hold the Bengal. Otherwise, another org would come take it from you.
That's cool.
But now, as of SitCon 2954, we can craft these motherfucking things.
Yeah.
Well, it might be a mix. To be fair, you might still have to find parts of a Bengal. You can't completely craft it fully. So there might be some of that
They
gameplay still
showed.
involved.
I don't know if the picture will be here.
Who knows? Oh,
There it is in game.
You need to bring Michaelo 2 billion burritos to get the quantum drive.
Get the one with the tan livery.
For your Bengal
Entire
bits.
planet.
Yeah.
But you got to find somewhere in the verse Gary Oldman and Mark Strong to help you out. For starters.
Yeah. I mean, there it is
Mark Hamill
in game near
the other
Hurston.
guy.
That's in Idris.
Liam Cunningham.
Those are hammerheads.
Oh, damn it.
And of course a hornet. That is in fact. That's a hornet.
I just put a thing in Discord, Apoc. It's old, but it shows like the internal structure and some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've looped the images here. Put the thing in Discord.
Thought it might be worth a look because it shows like how they've designed all the cross sections of it and stuff. But it's
Oh
from a long
yeah,
time back.
back in 2013 they put together the original Bengal. From a jump point, isn't it?
Looks like it.
Ah yes, there's the image I was looking for. Turn that back on again.
What's amazing though is there's a retribution now, which makes the Bengal look relatively small.
That is all bridge. All of that. Up there, of course, that's where all of the prologue shots were from.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that upper bridge? But there is also a lower bridge and several decks underneath that.
Imagine a coffee run.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the intern that has to bring the general coffee. It's just unbelievably big. And yes, actually, hold on. Does Hanger Link
do retributions?
Does Hanger Link have the retribution? It does. Bengal carrier.
No way.
All right. Oh god. Zoom out of the Bengal carrier. One Bengal carrier. We will make the Bengal carrier do the upright. There we are. There we go. And retribution. Give it a sec. There it is.
Bloody hell.
Let's make the retribution do the standy-uppy thing. And then zoom out.
I wonder if that's going to be their new version of that thing they planned with the Bengal, where you'll find it in the verse and have to
If they let players have control over retribution, I'm going to be quaking in my boots hidden in a cave somewhere. Because that thing is absolutely unreal. Just how big it is.
Those prongs on the back are almost as long as the actual Bengal.
Yeah.
And I mean, and if I take the Bengal here and I put it up there, that giant turret on the bottom of the Bengal, retribution says hi.
Well, I don't know much about lore at all, but I read somewhere that the front two prongs on the retribution are huge guns, and they actually combine 2 or 3 alien technologies and human technologies, and they're the only weapon in the entire verse that does this.
There's a whole thing
which
about
is why they're so dangerous.
This, all the way back to here, is a gun. On this side, same deal.
Mad.
So you've got a Bengal-sized gun twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's Bengal for scale. The retribution, I wonder if this has it. Oh, it doesn't have it. I'm really sad. The retribution was built to kill the king ship.
That's 2 kilometers long or something, isn't it?
Yeah. This big old guy, which we
I
saw
thought it was bigger now.
That we saw in the prologue. The retribution was built to deal with those without taking significant losses like we used to do before we had retributions.
Check how big the kingship is now, because I'm sure they've scaled it up a bit. If there's somewhere that says how big it is.
3 kilometers.
Yeah, so it's actually bigger than the retribution.
Yeah, retribution. If I can spell it right, there it is 2.7.
Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite pictures of it too, in the dry dock being built, and just unimaginable scale of the thing.
God.
Baby Bengal sitting underneath it. There. Just a crazy ship. Oh, Ferk has an Invictus video, hold on. that sound.
But no matter where our paths take us, we all have our place in the fleet.
It'd be so good if they put it
United
in event we didn't
in
know about it
purpose.
the first time you ever saw a Bengal game, as it jumping in like that or something.
Oh, I get shivers every time I hear that one. That big, like, that horn kind of noise that happens when the Bengal comes in there is, like, exactly what large ship quantum travel is missing right now.
Yeah.
If we just do the whole video. Long.
The universe is about new beginnings.
It's about asking the really big questions. Then, taking that first step to an answer.
Or supporting the people of the Empire in times of crisis.
It's about doing what's right, even in the face of impossible danger.
To shield our homes from the threats both outside and inside our border.
It's about living up to the proud tradition of this uniform and those who gave their lives for it.
So, yes, the universe is full of beginnings.
Here it goes.
But no matter where our paths take us,
Yeah, that noise is very appropriate.
we all have our place in the fleet.
Like, say what you will about the impacts, but the bridge is so large.
United in purpose.
Oh, Invictus. I don't know what it is. Like, a lot of times they kind of fumble the trailers for the expo, but the Invictus trailer just knocks it out of the park every single time. And yes, that noise for the Bengal is... I need CIG if you're watching. In-game. Variations on that for all the big ships, please. Littler ones for the little ships, like... Arriving out of quantum travel, especially long ones with larger ships, should be an event. I am wondering what they're going to do for the Invictus trailer this time around.
We shall soon see.
Yeah.
It won't be too long.
So, with Invictus, with the flyby, does that last the entirety of Invictus?
Yes.
That's good.
They will be rotating around the entire system for the whole duration, the entire 2-week event.
Yeah. My friend has selfishly decided to get married around Invictus. I'm hoping so.
Yeah. The Javelin and the Bengal and probably many Idrises will be rotating through Everest Harbor, Bajini Point, Port Tresler, and Orison.
Nice.
Throughout the duration of the event. And if they're anything like last year, they will be perpetually one planet ahead of where I'm checking for them. Alright, I'm gonna try my hand at attempting to find Whistler's Crypt again.
Okay. Hopefully it'll be in the light now.
Yeah, that was one of my problems where I was. It's been pitch black, but the light's just coming up, so
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Okay.
Balf is
To
on
the
the
garden.
case.
Sure I'm in the right place, but then again, Apoc was sure he was in the right place for half an hour.
Yes. What I'm honestly looking forward to, Toby, from Squadron is, you know how when a game comes out and it's very story driven, it's got a lot of cutscenes. What inevitably ends up happening is the game cutscene movie edition that pops up on YouTube. That's just all of the cutscenes back to back with all the gameplay taken out. That for Squadron 42 is going to be glorious.
Yeah. And there's the garden.
Right, there's the garden. Now we go to XVI. And we drop out at roughly 150, and then we sit there and wait for the sun to happen.
Quantum drive activated.
$300, $200, $150. That was actually closer to 120, but fine. That's the fishy.
He's off again.
The problem is I have absolutely no definition of... Oh, wait. Thank you, nighttime. There.
Yeah, smell toasty, mate.
The fishy has led me to Whistler's Crypt.
Hooray!
That sounds like code.
Is it code for I'm having a stroke?
It's code for I finally found it. Screw you to sunlight. Now I just have to not crash into the planet on my way down, and we'll be good to go. Thank you for the sub, Toby. Appreciate you.
Whoa, 6 months in advance.
Was that 6 months in advance? Holy shit, it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, dude. That is hugely appreciated.
That is massive, yeah.
I didn't even know you could do that.
You can do up to a year in advance, I think. And of course, because that was 6 months in... Oh my god, gift subs. Thank you, dude.
Dropping bombs.
Tobe, thank you. Honestly, just a massive thank you, Tobe. I shall now use the... Oh, look, the headlights actually want to work. See what I'm almost doing. There's also a Corsair here that wasn't here last time I was here. Little bit worried about that fact.
What is this?
Corsair.
There's a Corsair
Oh,
parked
where are we
in
going?
front of...
Oh,
this is Whistler's Crypt.
Wilton Plunkett. It's an NPC.
Well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of NPCs floating around, but there's an unmanned Corsair right here.
Ah, I see.
The tier 3 sub, I'm not sure. The tier 1 sub, I know you can do multiple in advance. Let me test with Becky's channel.
Oh, I like this.
So tier 1 I can do 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months. The year apparently is gone. Same for tier 2. Yeah, tier 3 has 6 months as well. Although it's friggin' $127. So
Yeah.
hugely, hugely appreciated, Toby.
Is this what's his name? Vaughn mission.
Yeah, Vaughn missions can spawn here. That's why there's a couple NPC technically friendly ships. If you want to scan them, we can give them a scan.
Yeah.
See if one turns up with Maze, at which point we will suddenly become criminals.
I don't mind if I do. Yeah.
The M2 has 37 SCU of Weaver Eggs and 43 Taranite.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
And the C2.
Are you looking at it on the mobile app, Zul, or on the desktop thing site? Because the mobile app is terrible. I don't know if the desktop site would do different things based on different scenarios. Yeah, never sub on mobile. That is a good idea.
Yeah, the mobile also charges you at a different rate compared to the...
Yeah, because you get the extra charge because of Google Play and App Store, the Apple Store.
I still find it funny that Twitch tried to say that it was the streamer's fault that the price was increasing.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe that shit. They sent out an email and it was all like, streamer name has increased the price of subscription to whatever it was. And I was like, oh, really? Which is even funnier for me because I'm technically, as a streamer, you're a subscriber to yourself permanently. But that still means you get the emails for a sub. So according to Twitch, I increased my own sub price.
He was never a good businessman. Yeah, the C2, sorry, it's got what was it? A lot of Altrusia toxin. 70 SCU of Altrusia toxin and then 40 SCU of distilled spirits, which is weird. Because you'd expect more on a C2. But...
That's all it's got?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is weird, because normally they're,
like somebody's already been inside it and yoinked the other stuff or something.
Could have been. The bum's
Oh, there is a loot box.
I mean, if only like they were not in bloody near the actual moon surface, you could just EVA in and just knock out the captain.
Yeah. If you were very strategic with the placement of another ship, you might be able to sort of get across the ramp and open the door and just hop in.
Yeah.
So I have no backpack, but there's plenty of loot down here.
Oh, down in the nose section?
Yeah, there's a berserker helmet down there if anyone wants one.
Ooh.
I didn't bring my big backpack.
37 SCU of Weaver Eggs, though.
There is 37 SCUs of Weaver Eggs. It is tempting, especially because do anyone else see an eyeball on the top left of their screen?
No.
Yeah. And we do have a couple fairly capable fighters with us. And that is just an M2 and a C2 and a Connie.
Yeah.
I mean, the 400i is not going to be much help with a single size 4, but...
No, but still...
Although I could commandeer this Corsair.
You could indeed, yes. But where do we put the cargo? Could you just take the M2 itself?
Well, because it's going to crash though, isn't it? It's going to crash to the ground unless you can get it out of the gravity well.
I mean, they are stationary.
Right? Yeah.
Neither one of them have the ramps open though.
Yeah, but if you could get close enough, you could just open the door, can you?
If the door button would work. The moment I shoot the door open, or try to, they'll activate and start flying around.
Oh, will they? I thought that was only ship guns. Damn it.
Well, we could try with a player gun. I think that went badly for me last time I tried it with an 890 jump, though. I have this vague memory.
But Dendra, there's some Arden arms in here if you want them.
Thank you. I will grab a few things. Yeah. Brilliant.
Over here, but it stood down when I got out of the
Yeah, these boxes. Get these boxes. Oh, I'll take the rail blast.
How many SCUs of Weevil eggs is it?
37.
What do we think? That's going to be. Is that going to be a 32 crate, or do we think that's going to be smaller ones?
Thank you.
Without seeing, it's very hard to tell.
Yeah. Let me see if I can break into this Corsair, and then we can use that to get the cargo back.
Okay.
Nice.
It's the M2 with the Weevil eggs.
It's the M2 with the Weevil eggs. Okay.
It may seem silly, but I do collect the rail blast guns because I know people who like to walk around stations and point guns at people.
Very good to know.
They like to wear their security uniforms and tell people off.
That's pretty fun.
Open. Yeah, somehow I didn't think that was going to work.
Such a shame the Connies still haven't got a cargo bay if they're NPC.
Yeah, it's annoying that. I mean, they wouldn't have much in there. Yeah. Well, it's the same with the 890s. They don't. Their cargo bays are completely empty as well. They're not existent.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I think my pizza's arrived.
Actually, that's not going to help at all. Can one of you shoot the back of this Corsair open so I don't burn my entire reserve of Coda pistol ammo?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh no, Moose! Yeah, the following missions have been a pain. I can't get up to the M2 with the pulse. In gravity, it'll just keep coming back down to the ground. Well, I hear the highness sound of a friggin' salvo pistol.
You do.
Oh, it doesn't even animate. Oh no, it does animate in third person. Cool.
There we go.
I don't know about getting into this stuff.
That's nice.
Oh, we're fine.
Ah, nice. Oh yeah, Damar.
Oh, cool.
Hooray for Damar.
Hello, G parkour.
I'm double checking there wasn't anyone stashed in the turret guns. Right. I have just upgraded my weaponry significantly.
What they got on it?
It's just M7As, but it'll be more than enough.
Okay, well, if you are gonna engage them, I'll do the Connie because he'll be the biggest threat in terms of weaponry.
Yeah. I think it might actually be advisable for us all to just nuke the Connie down and then we can deal with the other two.
Yeah.
It used to be a crime stat.
Shouldn't be.
No, because there's no eye in the corner.
Well, you say that, but sometimes that breaks and doesn't work, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah. After the first few salvos, we'll get an idea, I suppose.
I don't fancy going to jail in this patch.
No.
No, we did some of these the other day, and they worked out all right.
Okay. Hold up, put my ship.
Alright, Connie, you can stop taking a gajillion shots of punishment now.
I helps. I shoot with my gallant. Pew pew. So close to the ground I can actually hit it.
Chance to get the size 5s.
See if I can snipe through the cockpit.
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
Right.
Nice.
Now, M2. Hello, M2. I'm here to take your stuff.
Same type.
Pew 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 pew. That helps.
I'm being very gentle with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he's red.
Yeah.
I'll leave Apop to finish him off.
There he goes.
we go.
There he goes.
Is he going to land the right way up even? Because that would be amazing.
He might land on my 400 eye.
Oh, it just bounced off the top. Yeah. Oh, that was painful.
All right.
The ramp of the C2's already open. Just a little love tap. There you go. Oh, there you go. Just worked free. Oof. Oh,
Don't mind my 400 eye. It's fine.
Are we going to the one?
We might as well.
No need. I suppose it's just it might
Well,
fall on that
if
one.
it's just sitting there,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be doing anything dangerous, so I'm just going to leave him alone because he's going to land on top of this one.
Yeah.
It's not even marked as red, is it?
No.
Right, let's see if it's 132 or like loads of little ones.
Because if it's a bunch of little ones, 30
get
SU,
them
we
on
can literally just stuff it in the back of this Corsair. And we'll be good. I love how we've totally pivoted from finding cool places to being pirates.
She opens.
That was just like a looking a gift horse in the mouth, I believe.
Of course, the ramp has to be at an awkward height.
Awkward heights are pretty much mandatory, aren't they?
Oh, damn it.
Oh, I see.
Right, green containers. Green containers.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, I see.
It is 132. God damn it.
Oh, we have to take it to Pyro then.
Well, it should still fit in the back of the Corsair. It just won't go on the grid.
On the grid, yeah.
Oh, nice. I didn't know
I may need somebody with a bigger tractor beam to deal with it, though.
There you go.
And there's another 4, and there is the one.
Come on, what's your... What? And for some reason I've put my... Oh, I've got some input issues going on. Uh-oh.
Okay, this I wasn't expecting. My Weevil Xbox has managed to get stuck inside the ramp.
Maybe that's what killed me earlier. I must have got stuck inside the ramp.
It's just so nice for that person to leave this Corsair here. It really was.
It was.
Yeah. And for the person to not do their Dawn mission. What about if you put the ramp up?
Did it fall out the bottom? Anybody?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's fallen out. Yeah. It's just on the ground.
Excellent. Go ahead and stuff
Sweet.
that in there. How much Terranite do you think we can fit in with that stuff?
Hey, fucking Loot Goblin mode. It's worth it though, Terranite.
Hey, Terranite's 10,000 credits a unit. This stuff is good.
Terranite very worth, yeah.
Oh, bad me. Don't put it on the ramp. Regretting not bringing a max lift.
About 9k a box, and you said it, Orison, I think, terminate.
Yeah. Careful, Dendra.
Ah!
The slow inevitability of that.
Were you harmed in a workplace accident? That wasn't your fault.
Cool. 0800.
Luckily, we don't have OSHA here. There's not a chance we get another 32 crate in there, is there?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know if we can move everything over to the side off grid.
Well, there's a 32 of Terranite. And that's it. That's all that was in here. So,
It's
I'm going to
weird,
close
isn't it?
this up
It's like
and get out.
normally they're completely full of cargo, even if some of it's crap.
Even if most of it's completely useless. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you don't go on grid. You stay off grid, you cheeky bugger. Hang on, I've got to make sure I don't block the actual way to get into the ship. Yep, thank you. Put that in. Get this smaller stuff off. Yeah, that's it. Maybe we can get the smaller stuff off and put the big one on.
Use the right click to.
Of course, I always forget that. I always only think about it for EVAing.
Yeah, the right click doesn't lock the grid, so you can use that to move things around. I'm also now inside the ship, so block away.
Oh no. Oh.
Is there any way we can sell both of those at the same place?
No. What we're gonna have to do is take this to Orison and sell the Terranite there, and then turn around and take the Weevil eggs to Ruin, I think it is?
That's what we went the other day with it, yeah.
Yeah. Except we're not going to Ruin in a large ship.
We have to be careful as well. You can't get the 32 in if I'm on the ship, but if I get off the ship, the gravity changes enough that I can max lift it in. There we go. There, the Terranite is in. The big one is in.
Nice.
Excellent.
It's a bit
That
jank,
looks...
but it's in.
That's fine.
It counts. Now, let me just double check it is Orison. I think it is, but...
Orison's where I sold the Terranite last time.
Yeah.
Goodbye, 400i. I'll be back for you later. For now, we're commandeering this Corsair with a whole lot of valuable goods in the back and a tailgate that doesn't close.
Yeah, Orison. It's a little bit less. It's only a tiny bit less per SCU at Area 18, but we're closer to Orison. So, yeah.
We're closer to Orison, and I can't sell things at Area 18 even if I wanted to. Oh yes, I'm also without HUD.
Oh, that C2 is still there, just lingering. I wonder if he's going to try and shoot me when I take off.
No, he's not much. It's hostile.
Oh. He's got his back end
Interesting,
open.
They seem to be individual.
Okay, to Orison we go. Orison. Orison. There we go. One of these days, I'm going to just organize a giant spend the day doing Vaughn run on stream.
Nice.
Get everyone's Vaughn wrap up as well, so that'd be handy.
Yep. Get everyone's Vaughn wrap up, and I'm thinking we take the Polaris, we crew up the Polaris, we use that for killing, and then we just have a couple people following in C2s. One for legal cargo and one for illegal cargo.
If we can get enough people, we could get 2 Polaris doing plus cargo ships, and the Ironclad might be out by then, and that would be an amazing cargo ship for it.
Yeah, if we could bring an Ironclad, we wouldn't need 2 C2s, we'd just stuff it all on the Ironclad and deal with it later.
Yeah. Our plan is coming together.
The problem really is just like you want to take the scrap when it comes to things like this because it's so much money so quickly, but you just don't have room taking a single ship. You have to keep it to just the Weevil eggs and higher tier minerals.
Yeah, but as you say, with Ironclad, you could just do everything.
Yeah, with an Ironclad, you could dedicate 1,000 SCUs to scrap, make 2 million credits off of scrap, and still have 500 SCUs left over for the actual valuable shit. Not to mention the actual cargo grid of the Polaris.
Oh,
which is
you're missing
another
the sun-
500. Yeah. Well,
You get
nearly
the lovely
600.
sunrise here as well. You're just missing the sunrise. Oh,
It is lovely, isn't it?
Oh, did I just leave in time for the sunrise to happen?
yeah.
Ah, classic. What is the smallest ship that can carry a 32 SU crate?
Probably
C1
the
maybe?
raft, isn't it?
Raft now, yeah, but I think C1 is obviously it's longer though with C1, isn't it? It's
I don't
narrow.
know.
It's obviously got the pancake shape, but
Yeah, the C1 is a contender. The Zeus CL as well can carry at least one.
yes.
How
But
big's
Zeus,
the Valk?
The Velk, I don't think, has a long enough cargo grid to do a 32.
Doesn't it? Okay. Let me look at that.
Where's
cargo
Tiger when
grid.
you need him? He'd know if a Velk can hold a 32 or not.
Yeah, I've look at the wrong thing. Cargo grid reference guide. Here we go. I wonder if they've updated this.
Because what I don't
What
want
is
to
it?
do is take a ship that uses a large hangar out to Ruin Station, because that's the fast track to getting stuck. Ruin Station's large hangars don't work very well.
Yeah, the Valk is 224s, a load of 2s, and a couple of 4s. But no 32s, unfortunately.
See which has the fastest claim time between my Zeus and my C1, and we'll take whichever one of those is faster out to Ruin with the Weevil eggs.
probably the C1. It has a crazy short claim time for its size.
I'll see 32, 32, 32, 32.
Yeah. Ooh, the frame rate doesn't feel good right now. Of course, the Corsair itself does actually only get a medium hangar, doesn't it?
If you say so.
Well, I know so because I'm looking at one.
I've never been in one.
Which does make it depressingly difficult to land.
Pretty wild they squeezed the Carrack into a large hangar.
It was a much, much tighter squeeze before, trust me.
The worst for the medium hangar is the Connie Taurus. It's an extra long Connie, and you can't turn around in a medium hangar with it.
Yeah.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
That'll work. Somebody with a max lift also be here at Orison, please.
Sorry, I was faffing around with.
I'm not going to be able to get out of this without one, I don't think.
Yeah, you're going to be stuck in there, and there's me hanging around on Daymar eating my chicken wings. Hang on.
Oh, I was.
I mean, that is a noble pursuit right there.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
Yeah, I can't even rotate that.
You are making me hungry.
It's gone 9 o'clock. It's too late. It's too early. It's too late in the day, sorry, for dinner here. It's 9 p.m. God damn it.
Yeah. All I've had so far is pizza for breakfast.
Oh, Jesus.
Hungry.
Nope. Wait. Aha! Success! Freedom! I still need someone with a max lift to actually move those boxes.
Yes, you remembered about the EVA hatch on the side, did you? Sorry, I'm not watching the stream.
No, I jumped over a box to get to where only the 8 SCU box was blocking. Which I can move with a multi-tool. Oh, Ferk's gonna give me his max lift. Alright. That works.
Oh, good man.
Thank you. Yeah, the raft is 3x32s, but I don't currently own one. I probably will for 411. But I still need to apply those CCU chains and decide if I actually want to keep it. I could buy a raft in game. However, I just bought a 400i, so I'm a little bit broke. Although
much was
I
that?
think a raft is still less than 22. So
Oh yeah, gonna say you had started at 30 mil. I think you got enough for a raft.
How much is the 400?
it was like 7 or 8 mil, I think.
Oh, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, part of it is as well. Like my brain was functioning in the. You just bought a 600i because that was what I was thinking of doing before I bought the 400.
Yeah, sure. Well, I just looked it up. A raft is 3.543 million.
Oh yeah,
it's
so
not-
I've got enough money then.
Yeah.
Can you buy the hammerhead in game yet?
Yes,
Yeah, I might set up for that.
that's like 30 something if I remember right.
No, that's not bad.
The Carrack is like 35 or 40. And last time I checked, the Hammerhead
no.
was close.
Hammerhead's gone up. It's 47.9.
Is it 47? Jeez, okay.
That makes sense. If the carrot's that much, that makes sense.
They did put everything up not that long ago, though.
Yeah.
Quite significantly.
The 890 has actually fallen. I remember it being 72, and now it's only 66.
Okay.
I say only, but you know, the most expensive thing in the game. Ooh, PTU patch notes. Duel has PTU patch notes. Hold on. I must check and see if they screwed with my Polaris again. Hell Overboards, Fleet Week. Nothing changes content-wise. Bug fixes. Comms notification is correctly triggered but fails to play. Scripts not spawning. Hathor. Hey, they got another fix for the Hathor facilities breaking. Let's see if it actually works.
There's a redacted in there under not ready for testing or feedback.
Yes, there is a redacting in there, and they're not ready for testing or feedback. And yes, my hopium is still that it's a Perseus.
Me too.
Go on. Give us the Perseus.
Come on, CIG. You know you want to. You've had that thing in gray box since the start of March. It's had time. And that's with it progressing faster because you've already finished work on the Zeus and the Polaris.
Yeah, there's nothing particularly new on it either. Like,
Nope, it doesn't even have a med bay.
really, that makes sense. It's quite small.
It's just guns with a ship.
And RSI assets.
And our RSI assets. That's all it is. I didn't want the elevator to come back up, game. Oh, whatever.
Also, is it me or until that little trailer we got today? Did we know there were missile turrets on the back of the TAC?
Yes.
Oh,
2 of them.
I was not aware. Very cool.
2 missile turrets. They're remote from the co-pilot chair. Do that C1 Spirit.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
That one has a 2-minute claim with expedite.
So, Apoc, I think you're redeemed. I've been in the area of this, the Frostling settlement, Frostbite settlement. I've now verified with 2 or 3 different guides, plus the verse guide triangulating with multiple different locations. I'm at the spot. The outpost isn't here.
Please visit us again.
Huh. Because Toby was at it earlier.
Yeah, you put a screenshot in and everything.
I'm going to make a guess it's this server.
Yeah.
It could be that this server just doesn't have it.
I did have it at one point. I was on a server.
Wait, Toby, were you on our server? Or were you on a different
That
one?
would be a good question.
That is a good question.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Please let this be the Crusader C1 Spirit with the livery on it. Please.
Could always try and land somewhere here in Bedlog and see if.
Why do I have 2 spirits?
Yeah, Bedlam is worth a go.
This I don't know.
I should only get one as a loner. What do I even have that has a C1 spirit as a loner?
I'm just looking what gets it as a loner.
Nope. According to CCU game, I don't. Kobe, when you found Frostbite, were you on our shard? Or were you on just a generic shard that you joined? Was there one for Free Fly, Lucky? Oh, you were on PTU. That's even.
Okay.
So my new theory is that Frostbite is missing on this patch, and they just haven't mentioned it, and they're putting it back in the next one.
Okay. I just went to the loner matrix and typed in C1 on search, and it's not finding anything, so it doesn't look like anything's got the C1 as a loner.
So the C1 is definitely not a loner.
I have the C1 for something.
I'm pretty sure the C1 is learning for something. It's like the C1 and something else is learning for one of the ships, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I don't know how up to date this is, but it's not finding C1.
There we
There's
go.
an A1.
Sorry, no, I'm thinking of C2. C2 is learning for something.
Was the C1
Yeah,
one
there's
of the
quite a
6 ships you got for the Free Fly?
Yes.
Well, there's a Valkyrie up here. I don't want to check one of these out.
Because if it was, that's why I have 2 of them. So I'm fairly sure I bought one with credits during Supply or Die. Oh, it's the wrong one, too. I'm sad.
God damn it.
I'm not waiting 2 minutes for the other one.
No, fair enough. I wish I'd done more in Supply or Die.
Considering it's literally the same livery, like it's the same white, but it's got red stripes instead of blue. The concept livery for the C1.
It's Crusader's Ultimate Betrayal. There's no Spirit Meridian paint.
Oh. The C1 has co-pilot tractor beam access. There's a tractor beam in place of the remote turret. The A1 has the remote turret up there. Of course, it had to spawn facing that way.
But
I
of
should have known it
course.
was going to do that.
Yeah, but if you'd arranged it for it to come up the other way, it would have come up the other way.
No, because it's a side entry hangar, so it was always going to spawn with the nose facing the exit.
Oh, okay. Well, I found me a Valkyrie floating above Crusader, so I'm just having a look around it, because I've never had a look around them before.
It's a neat ship. It does have the one glaring issue of the hab room doesn't have any divider between it and the cargo bay, so every time you open any of the doors, it'll vent the whole hab.
It is very expensive, though, in terms of real money.
Yes. It's definitely one of the ships that I would recommend you buy with in-game money and not real money.
You're paying it looks like the alien dropship tax.
It does look cool, though. It looks so... It's got a very... It's sort of Paladin-y.
Yes.
But still...
Although, realistically, the Paladin is Valkyrie-ish.
Yeah. That's another one that might well drop at ILW, is I've got a little Paladin sat in my hangar, waiting for it to be released.
The Pally is one of those, like, I don't know why it hasn't dropped already, to be honest. Basically just guns with a ship. And unlike the Perseus, it's also kind of small. That one's nice and easy, Lucky. Ships to buy in-game is basically any of the ground vehicles, especially the tanks, and any of the drop ships, and basically all of the alien shit, except for the Bono Merchantman, because that's not available in-game.
Can you buy a glaive in game?
Glaive? I think so. I mean, it's the Asperia replica glaive, it's not a real one.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a real one.
Side note, I love the Orison music.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about music is I wish it was more pyro like in Stanton, where you get music for doing more different things, but I'm sure
Mhm.
it'll come.
Yeah, Stanton really just has the quantum travel sound and then the a theme for each planet. I wish I could get Damar's theme to pop more often because it's absolutely glorious.
See, this with a Nurser in it, I'm guessing a Nurser will fit in this bay.
In
Would
the
be such a
Valkyrie,
good-
yes.
Yeah, yeah, it'd be such a good bunker runner because then you've got everything. You've got a room for cargo, you've got a little medical facility.
Well, the Spirit's brilliant to fly, Lucky. It's one of the things that this thing does very, very well. And honestly, the same with a lot of Crusader ships. Pretty much all of them fly better than their size would indicate.
Yes, the bigger hercs are the same.
When they bring in more atmospheric flight stuff, I really hope that like the TAC and Max and all that are vindicated because they fly so goddamn slow, but they should fly so well in Atmo.
Yeah. I mean, compared to these, they'll still lose, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on an Australian server now looking at the exact same clearing that I think is the clearing where the place should be, and it's not here.
Alright.
This lends more credence to Apox's patch theory.
Yeah. I low-key wish Crusader would make a goddamn capital ship already. They've got a capital shipyard sitting there in Hurston, and they're using it to make Hercules. Which, I mean, I don't blame them, because it's a fantastic frame, but still.
I kind
When on earth did Crusader get the shipyard on Hurston?
Not Hurston, Crusader. Thank you, Belth, for pointing that one out.
Oh, this is cool. It's got like heavy machine guns that you can open the doors on the side of.
Mhm.
That are built into the ship.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Valk
it's
has the
tempting.
door guns. The steel, the Cutlass steel, I hate it with a burning passion, it sucks. But it does have like 6 door guns. It's brilliant. It's got them on either side, and it's got the door guns in the tail as well. It's so cool, but also terrible because it's too squishy and it's just a loop pinata for people to shoot at it.
Hmm. Oh shit! This is 20 million in game.
Like we hesitate at the Hammerhead with its 300,000 health for putting 6 people in it, and going, oh god, if that gets shot at and then all 6 people die, is terrible. It probably should have more health. And then you look at the Cutlass Steel and realize it's got 20 jump seats in it, so it's got like a potential crew component of like 24, and it has, wait for it, 30,000 health
Oh god.
total. That's
That's
including
that's-
the bits that fall off.
That's 4k more than my Sabre, I think.
Yeah,
Which is
it's-
a relatively light fighter.
And that's including the bits that, like, you know, your standard Cutlass fare, the little winglets on the front can fall off, and the engines can fall off, and it's got little fin bits on top that fall off, and you can take the bits off the top of the missile rack, and those come off as well. That's all separate health bars.
What's the Valkyrie Liberator?
It's the Valkyrie with the yellow paint job.
Okay. Oh, there's a really nice 2950 one, which you obviously can't get anymore.
Yes. The
White
one
and
that
gold,
people will
and then-
pay hundreds of dollars for that skin, yes.
Damn it.
On top of the already inflated price of Valkyrie.
$1,000, please. Yeah, that'll be a cool addition to the fleet. I'll save up for that. But
You
it
get a
will most
Perseus
certainly
and
be
a
mostly
Zeus,
next
or a
week.
Galaxy, a Zeus, a Tally, and a Gladius. The Tally isn't fantastic. I really, really want them to just change those turrets to PDCs. Give it like maybe one big turret on the chin. And call it a day there. Like, it's just, for 6 to 7 people, why would you not just take a Polaris? Like, there's basically no reason.
But there are many reasons to take the Polaris.
Yes.
The interior of the tie is also pretty bad. Very cramped.
Yeah, that's a design choice more than anything. It's designed
Oh,
to
no,
feel
no.
like a military submarine or something like that.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is, Jack, how many people do you generally play with? And how much do you think you'll use the Galaxy versus the Perseus? Because those are kind of like the big ticket items. Perseus is technically a lower crew requirement, even if it is a bigger and more aggressive ship. It's simple.
Oh, you're already in the Battle of Doom.
I'm going.
This Valkyrie.
We're flying.
He's gone.
Minimum of 1. I don't know if it has a minimum of 1 or not. I guess it depends on what you're doing with it. The Galaxy is up to 6 people. At least the Tally is still maneuverable. Oh, that one cuts deep, Zool. That one gets deep. Ruin Station. Oh god, I'm out of fuel. Okay.
I'm curious to see how the Perseus compares to the Polaris in maneuverability.
Well, originally it was slower, so I'm gonna just
It's so
leave
much
that one
slower,
right
though.
there. It is.
It should be more nimble.
Yeah, it makes
But then I
more
suppose it's... Yeah.
It's got 2 pretty weighty guns on it, but
Well, it's also a 500-year-old design that is armor with a ship and guns attached.
it's technically less streamlined than the Polaris is, really.
Yeah.
Even though it's smaller.
But its
not
original
mobile.
concepted SCM top speed, the Polaris was like 130, and the Perseus was 92.
Good lord.
And given the Polaris ended up at 144, doesn't bode well for the Perseus getting over 100.
No. How fast is the Hammerhead roundabout?
Hammerhead in SCM. Top speed of 160.
No. He's I assume it's more maneuverable as well. It kind of has to be, surely.
Significantly, yeah.
Yeah.
The Polaris currently turns, the pitch yaw roll is 10, 8, 12, I think, as of current PTU. The Hammerhead, and that's in degrees per second. The Hammerhead does 20, 18, 30. Significantly more mobile.
Yeah.
The pitch and yaw and roll rates are not in the concept stats for ships, so you can't actually tell what the Polaris is or Perseus' original concept.
Right.
You know what helps is if you land with landing gear.
It does help.
Landing complete.
Start saving up for the Hammerhead and hope by the time I save up, they'll have fixed it.
Just all it needs is more health. Genuinely, if they just tripled its health bar, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
That and the AI blades for all the Daka.
Well,
solo Hammerhead.
That's even if the AI blades can be used on manual turrets.
Well, the thing is that we can replace the turrets on ships. So you'd think they just have one that is. I think the trade-off might be that you can't put someone in you wanted to. Maybe the whole thing is just one computer inside the turret. They got balanced somehow, I guess.
Yeah, the original concept for blades was that it would be a addition to your avionics bay computer thing. It would take power.
Okay.
So like each additional blade takes an extra power bit.
Well, if you're soloing a Hammerhead, you don't need any life support, do you?
No. I mean, even if you're crewing a Hammerhead, as long as everyone's smart enough to wear a helmet, you don't need any life support. The thing is, the original blade document stuff was, the gunnery blades were to be used to control remote turrets automatically, not manned turrets.
Yeah.
So, a ship like the Hammerhead that has 6 manned turrets, I don't know if blades would ever be useful on a ship like that.
Well, with NPC, with NPC ships though, do they have AI?
Yeah, but that's an actual AI sitting in the turret.
But in programming tech, different. Surely once they're in the turret, they sort of act as though as an AI blade would.
Yes, in theory. The blade would act the same way.
Whatnot, yeah, but
it's
they
the
have
gameplay
to tie
change.
it into the resource systems and all of that, so it'll only work when it has resources and things like that.
Yeah.
If your power goes off, then it stops shooting.
Yeah.
There we go. Now Ruin Station should pop up.
I guess the more they start differentiating the capitals a bit more, or adding capitals a bit more, I guess that there'll be more reason for you to use the Hammerhead, whereas now because it's off so low, it's kind of like,
They really need to fix the range and shot velocity issue between larger ships and smaller ones.
Yeah.
Because the problem that they've got right now is, in order to balance bigger guns on smaller ships, as you go up in gun size, pretty much universally you go down in shot velocity, with the exception of the CF series repeaters, which are all at 1800. But what that means is that the big ships with bigger guns on them have a seriously hard time tracking smaller ships that are more than a kilometer away from them. But because the small ships with small guns, even the ones that actually have decent sized guns on them, things like the Hornet Mark IIs with the size 4s, if you sit at 3 kilometers away from a Hammerhead, you can hit the Hammerhead because it's huge. And even though it is relatively mobile for its size, it's still 110 meters long and only capable of moving at a certain speed. Versus the Hammerhead with its 24 size 4 guns, if you're sitting at 2 to 3 kilometers away, you can hit it it cannot hit you.
Hmm.
Because if you're an even remotely decent pilot, you can just sit there pip wiggling, spacebar control, do a bit of left right in there. And the hammerhead will have a really hard time hitting you. But you won't have any trouble hitting it. So eventually you'll win.
So what's the way around that then, really?
The way around it is to buff the projectile velocity on guns because they're on a big ship.
Mm.
A size 4 gun on a hammerhead should have a projectile traveling twice as fast as a projectile coming out of a size 4 gun on a little ship. Physics-wise, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's the same gun. Gameplay-wise, it solves that problem.
Yeah.
Because if the hammerhead's shooting shots that are 4,000 meters per second, practically hit-scan railgun type shots, then it can just point the gun at you and fire.
Yeah.
And then the hammerhead becomes legitimately dangerous to any fighter that's within 3 kilometers of it, because then that's the max range of its guns.
Yeah.
And now you have a hammerhead doing what a hammerhead's supposed to be doing, which is being scary as all fuck to fighters.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if they really wanted to keep it, like, you know, I don't know, non-immersion breaking, they could just give the hammerhead bespoke guns, maybe? That fire fast.
You could give it bespokes.
Get around it, yeah.
I'm never a huge fan of bespokes, like the ones on the Polaris. They're great fun to use, especially now that they got big ass fireballs coming out of them. But I would love, I love the ability of any of the other guns to say, hey, I want a close range, I'm gonna do a ridiculous amount of damage, but my range is like my nose, of being able to put shotguns on it.
Yeah.
Or I want to do a ton of DPS, but maybe I am not able to hit the smaller targets, attritions. I want to have much better ability to hit fighters currently in the current state of the game, but maybe not do quite as much overall DPS to if another Polaris shows up. Stick Panthers and Rhinos on it.
Yeah.
What would be nice is like best of both worlds. Have a bespoke gun like for the Polaris, but have it swap out a ball. But the bespoke guns will only go on a Polaris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can choose to swap them out if you want to, but like you should be aware that, you know, it's going to perform better at, you know, against those fighters that you want the hammer to be there for, really.
A mix of guns on the hammerhead does solve some of the problems, but part of the hammerhead's thing is that it's got turrets facing in every direction, so you kind of want a uniform. But you don't want to introduce a blind spot into a ship that is designed to not have one.
Yeah.
The other thing that they desperately need to do is actually give the capital ships capability to fight each other at ranges. And they seem to be kind of scared of doing that. I know for fighters, they want to keep the ranges relatively low because then you get the Star Wars-esque, you know, World War II dogfighty battles in space that make no sense in physics but look cool as fuck. That's fine. But, like, you know, you look at Squadron 42, that, like, the Kingship battle with the Bengal, and, you know, it's trading blows at, like, 20-kilometer ranges because these ships are massive. And then you look at 2 Polarises fighting in-game right now, and you've got 2 Polarises basically nose-to-nose, 200-300 meters away from each other.
Yeah.
Just circling and getting way up close and trying to dumbfire torpedoes into each other. And it's just, it looks dumb.
Yeah. Have they spoke about, like, changing the ranges based on whether you're in atmosphere or not? Was it in space? It's gone forever, shouldn't it?
Yes, they artificially limit the range in space as it stands right now. In atmosphere, it has essentially the same range, but gravity does affect the shot.
Yeah.
So if, like, I was shooting the Polaris guns at, like, 3.5 kilometers on max when he was doing the testing stream on Monday, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I was just shooting stuff on the ground with the Polaris guns from 3.5-ish kilometers because that was the max range at the time. And I was literally on my screen maybe 2-3 inches above the target in terms of, like, aim above to account for the parabolic motion of the shot because it is so slow now.
Yeah.
890 meters per second for God, that annoys me.
It's very slow. Attritions are slow, and they're 1,000.
Yeah, attritions feel slow already. That's 1,000. 890 on. I mean, and now they've put the range back, but they've just done it by increasing the duration of the shot. So now it's like 5.5 seconds, 6 seconds to reach your max range.
Yeah.
Even a Polaris could be in a drastically different spot from where you aimed it 6 seconds later.
Yeah. I enjoy having the attritions on the Guardian because you sort of get used to them, and then when you get our ship done like faster, you're like, oh, this is so much faster, lovely.
Yeah, the attritions, you definitely get used to them, and I've kind of gone back to putting the attrition 4s on the shoulder turrets on the Polaris.
Yeah, they work real well.
It works really nicely. It gives you a ton of DPS. It means that you can like really bully if another Polaris shows up and they think they could bully you off a spot and they're just stock and you've got attrition 4s on that top turret, you can absolutely punish them.
Yeah, when there's a spray of 4 of them coming at them, like the projectile speed feels like it matters less.
And as much as I say, like, a small fighter sitting at 3 kilometers can be basically impossible to hit for a quad 4 turret. In reality, in terms of actual gameplay, 90% of the pilots aren't really that good.
No.
My game locked up. There we are. So a lot of people will, the number of people I see fly within 2 kilometers when they're actively fighting my Polaris.
Yeah, which has got a 2 kilometer PDC range.
It's got a 2 kilometer PDC hard cap. That is how far it will shoot you out, and then it will stop. And they fight me, and they come in 1.9, 1.8, 1.7. I'm like, you're testing fire here.
1.6 dead.
Yeah.
Like that arrow the other day.
Yeah. Actually, I like that idea, Toby. I'm just reading chat back a little bit because I've fallen a little behind. But being able to craft guns with dual purpose, like dual modes, so you could have one mode for long range, high shot velocity, let's get rid of the fighters type shit, and one higher DPS, lower range, lower velocity, let's pummel the crap out of a bigger ship type mode. That might actually, that would probably solve it.
I do like that as a compromise.
Yeah.
And then it's up to the skill of the gunner to be in the right mode at the right time. Give it like a 2 or 3 second mode switch.
Gun master modes, everyone will love it. Won't be a single complaint.
No, Spectrum will be dead.
Yeah. And I mean, Zul has a point as well. The size 6 pluses, as meant, is that an anti-cap ship gun should be low projectiles with long lifetimes. Give that feeling of slugging it out over a long range. But I think they need to maybe up the overall shot velocity. That would probably solve a lot of the problems. Like, have the slow end be 1,200, 1,300 meters per second, and then your fast anti-fighter shots pushing to 2,000, 2,500, even 3,000. We have guns in the game already that have 3,000 meters per second shot velocities. Wait, where's the max lift going? Oh, it's in the backpack. Okay. When did I do that?
He's more organized. He's done himself a loot surprise again.
Oh, the various ammo types too. More turrets like the Jav ones. Yeah, the Jav with the double weapon type.
Yeah.
That turret is an incredibly successful turret design, and I really hope we do get more of them. With the big kaboom guns, and then you've got the minigun sitting on top of it. You can swap between the 2 guns.
I know it isn't infinite purpose, but I think they'd fit so well on the Perseus.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing how they decide to implement the Perseus, that's one of the reasons I'm super excited to see it.
Yeah.
Because the Perseus is very much like in that, that's quad size 7 guns. I mean, in dual turrets, but still. How much range are those going to have? What's the shot velocity going to be like? What's the turn rate going to be like on that turret? Because those are some seriously big turrets.
Difficult one to balance, because if it's like too quick, it's going to be tracking fighters, which it's just totally not designed for.
That's
but if
the
it's
thing
too
is,
slow, it's going to be a problem as well.
Yeah, if it's too slow, then it becomes bad feeling to use, which is a really difficult line to come back from. But like, if it's too fast, you only have to get lucky once with the size 7 cannon to delete a fighter.
What makes your main thing as well, though? Because the Polaris has a lot of other tricks up its sleeve, whereas Perseus is a lot more limited. So they got to do something to give you something against at least medium-sized ships, maybe. I don't know,
I mean, the remote turrets on top are double size 3 in concept. The rumors had them either upgunning to twin size 4 or going to quad 3s, or one of the rumors combined that inside quad 4s, which would be kind of unbelievable.
Yeah, no, that's pushing close to the Polaris, then, isn't it? I guess.
Yeah, the Polaris shoulders are quad 4s. I could see it being quad 3s because RSI have already used them on the Polaris as fighter swatting turrets.
Yeah, that feels right.
And then you've got to remember the Perseus does also have 20 size 5 torpedoes.
There's that too.
Did send that down.
Yes, did you see in chat? Someone said, "Who just broke into my Polaris and fired all my torpedoes?"
And that Polaris owner is now 14 million credits less rich.
Yeah. Or an 18-minute wait.
Yeah. Well, an 18-minute and 50,000 credit wait.
And but it doesn't respawn with their missing missiles, though, does it?
It does.
So...
Yeah. Then brings the missile back. They tried that when they first launched the Polaris, and everyone threw an unholy fit because we couldn't restock the torpedoes separately from the guns, and taking them off manually caused them to poof. So, yeah, that was a fun time. And it also trickled down, like, all of the ships weren't spawning without missiles, so like if you claimed a Connie, you were looking at 170,000 credit restock just right off the bat to get the gajillion size ones back. I do think it's a direction they need to go again, is not just giving us the torpedoes back when we claim it, but they need to give us a more granular restocking first.
Definitely, guns or missiles would be amazing.
Even just guns and guns, missiles, 2 separate buttons, that would be fine. But the ability to restock individually, like I want to restock the size 3 missiles, but not the torpedoes. I want to restock just the front turret.
You can do the auto, or you can go in and fill. And like when you're filling for those who've tried to film the Starfarer, you can literally go in and you can choose which tanks you're wanting to fill and by how much and with what. So just something like that. It's like, I want to restock these guns, but not those guns or missiles.
Well, that was 726,000 credits of Weevil-X.
That was worth doing.
Just happened to be at the... I'm going to go to Whistler's Crypt more often. This place has been profitable.
Mm.
And now I just got to fly all the way back. And I'll meet you guys at Crusader to do a little PTV racing before we sign off. I do want to at least go there. I'm staring at the time going, holy shit, it's 5 o'clock already. I've got groceries to grab between 7. I don't know if I actually have time to get back to the PTV racetrack right now.
Well, long enough to stop now because it's 10 o'clock and I haven't had anything other than pizza for breakfast, so my stomach's going to fall out in a minute.
I'm gonna have to go as well. I'm no good at the racing anyway. That would have made it. But that would have made it more funny. I know. I realise.
Well, we'll reconvene for the racing at a later date. How about that? Because I'm
Okay.
genuinely looking at the time right now and going, my wife's going to be home in like 10, 15 minutes.
My wife's gonna kill me.
and then she's
My
going to
wife's
expect me to
gonna
turn
kill
around and be
me.
ready to go. So
I don't understand. I was following the fish, and
The dinosaur.
you don't understand. There was a dino head and a fish and some weevil eggs, and they're an aphrodisiac, didn't you know? And it was 700,000 credits.
it's
I'm
talking about
still
time.
around, but I'm not racing myself again.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to just sit on the bench over here and sign off the stream.
Oh,
Oh,
sad
benches.
epoch.
Wait, no, there's a window. We can stare wistfully out of a window of Ruin Station at some lightning bolts and Terminus.
Nice.
All right. I'm gonna jump out of Discord. Thanks again for hanging out, guys.
Yeah. See you.
Yeah,
all.
no problem. See ya.
Bye.
Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you all for watching today. It has been a good fun wandering around the various hidden places of Starset. We're going to continue this on Tuesday, I think. Monday I will be on Max stream, as well as tomorrow. On Tuesday I will be back right here on my stream, and we will probably start with the PTV track, and then you'll will have to drag me away from it. And my wife just got home, so I'm going to sign off. I will see you all later. Have a fantastic rest of your day.